know I said just. Just Welcome in, everybody. Hi, hello, and oh my gosh, it is championship weekend here at Supergirl Gamer Pro. And if you don't know us, you might have missed the qualifiers because I'm Hercules and this is Chicksa, and we have been with you every single step of the way to get here. This is a huge weekend, Chicksa. This is year 2 of SGGP. This is arguably bigger than it's been before. I feel like it's grown so much. There's so many more teams, new stories, all of this crazy stuff, but we do need to talk a little bit about what this even is for the people who don't know what Supergirl Gamer Pro is.
Yeah, Supergirl is basically created to empower, motivate, and help women in gaming kind of achieve their goals, compete, continue to get better. It's just an overall really safe and wonderful place for you to continue working towards your goal and just being supported in the scene. So it's really wonderful to see Supergirl not only put on Rocket League, but a ton of other events throughout the year in different games, sometimes LAN events as well. There's just so much to look forward to, and we're really appreciative of Supergirl for being able to put something on, a tournament like this, for us to compete in and for us to cast in as well.
Yeah, it's so insane the amount of opportunities that they've created for women, not just, like you said, to compete in, but to cast in, to be on the production end of things, in the LAN events that go on, which we'll get into a little bit later on today, don't worry. But for now, we need to get you guys caught up to speed on what you missed last week, so we can kind of get into that one. So for now, let's go over a little bit of some of the qualifiers. Here are some highlights, Chicksa, from what happened last week.
Yeah, we had basically two qualifier events on Saturday and Sunday, and from each qualifier, 3 teams would move on forward to our 6 teams, of course, that are here this week competing in the championship weekend. Some teams had to play a 3rd and 4th place kind of match to take the last spot into championship Saturday, and that was definitely found to be some of our most exciting matchups. We saw, of course, Endpoint and Extra make it out of there, and Guild just couldn't make it both times. They got to the same place twice, and Guild, you even see here, they had phenomenal effort throughout the entire weekend. They just couldn't find that last stretch that they needed to move on forward.
Guild was definitely one of those teams I wanted to see make it so badly, but I am super stoked for all of the teams that did make it in. We've got so many good squads internationally as well. We've got teams competing from North America, teams competing from Europe. So this is a really big one. It's another opportunity, you know, to kind of bring both regions together and allow, you know, people to have the opportunity to say, hey, we're the best in the world right now, you know, and people have been showing up and showing off. There was this 0-second goal from Slippy, by the way. I remember that one. I loved it so much. Here's another one. It was a great pass to Esperia, who is a player I was super excited to see. She's a Spanish player.
Not Asperia. Asperia is winter previously
Oh,
on
that's
Luminosity.
the name. Okay, girls.
Yes.
Petition for us to no longer change our names before a event.
Yeah, LMs was the one on Is This Thing On?
Yes,
that
is the one from
the
Spain.
So that was our kind of surprise factor in this competition. But yeah, we had an even 3-3 split on EU and NA. As for EU, they have This Thing On, Endpoint, and Cat Jam, which is kind of a split of the Williams roster that we used to know between Cat Jam and Is This Thing On. And as for NA teams, it's Gen G, Mobile One, Racing Black, Luminosity, and Extra having notably Tallybird from our Misfits roster that is no longer together. So yeah, there's a lot of shaking up to do with these rosters. I know people are trying others out. They're trying to figure things out. They want to decide moving on throughout the season. Coming up, of course, it has to be coming up. Are they going to be able to stay with the same roster or change? So there's certainly a lot going on, and this was a great test for most of these teams to try to compete with those rosters.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And speaking of competing, we do want to break down today's format for you guys. Got to give you a little sneak peek at what it was like in the qualifiers, but it is going to be a little bit different now that we've reached our championship day. So, Chixa, this one's a little different because, well, we're down to 6 teams, right? So we're gonna break this one up into a 6-team double elimination bracket, and they will all be best of 5s until the grand finals, which is the best of 7. So really, we're kind of playing the long game here as opposed to the best of 3s that we were getting in the qualifiers.
Yeah, no more best of 3s. You kind of get that game 1, feeler out, adaptation period, see if teams are on or off. As we saw last week, Gen G kind of struggled. They weren't at their top-notch kind of game, and their qualifier, they didn't come out as the number 1 seed. They ended up with the number 2 seed. Number 1 seeds, it was important to get that if you did, because it gave you a bye going into today. So we kind of have like a quarterfinal, semifinal, final, grand final, and then a lower bracket. So that gives those teams with a bye kind of space to scope out the competition, and they don't have to play at least one more series. So that's always a benefit.
Yeah, it definitely is something that you want, especially kudos to the girls that earned that bye. But speaking of which, there's other things you can earn. Prize pool. Hello, there is $5,000 on the line. First place gets to take home literally 50%. You're getting half of that, $2,500 off the rip. Second place taking $1,250, and then third place $725. Fourth with $525. So that top 4 is where you want to be at. There's a solid chance of you getting in there, especially if you are making it through top bracket. I think you only have to win like 1 game, and you're kind of already like set up for success. So that is kind of crazy. That means, though, that those first rounds are going to be super, super important. There's a lot of pressure on it. So for now, who is the pressure going to be on? Let's take a look over at our bracket to see who is going to be competing today. So these are our squads, Chixa, that qualified on in Luminosity Gaming and Endpoint are going to be in round 1, and Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black versus Extra will also be in round 1, with the buys going as This Thing On and Cat Jam.
Yeah, both EU teams, half of Williams Resolve on each previously, got those buys. So pretty impressive for them to be starting off with the bye, kind of showing that EU dominance in this tournament in particular. And I'm really excited to see how our NA teams are going to fare against them. Is Gen G on today? I feel like that's my biggest question, because if they're not, then I could see an EU team taking something home, and it's been a little while.
It's been a little minute since EU has been able to take something. I feel like they consistently get to like that second place spot or just right within reach, whether it's on LAN or online. So here is another opportunity for EU to try and take it. Or does NA continue to stay on top in the women's scene? I'm gonna throw that one out there. But in the women's scene, will NA continue to stay on top? We're gonna find out here shortly. For now, do want to shout out to Nissan, Logitech, Logitech and the United States Air Force for supporting the women in the esports scene. And huge shout out to Supergirl Gamer Pro. Guys, we've got some ads up for you, and then we've got Rocket League coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome back, guys, here to SGGP. I am Hercules alongside Chixa. If you're just tuning in, we are about to get straight into it. We've got our first matchup of championship weekend coming up here. Luminosity versus Endpoint. Two org squads here in SGGP. And I don't know about you, but this is a good one. This is a really great way to start off the day.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Endpoint has been together for quite some time. I feel like this is the strongest that we have seen this team in particular. They had to go through, of course, one of those third, fourth place kind of games to figure out who would move on forward to Championship Saturday. They end up winning in overtime in the final game number 3. They kind of have the ice. They're looking really, really phenomenal. As for Luminosity, this roster was together all of last season, but I know moving on forward and some of our tournaments to come, they've actually split up, at least going into next week and kind of this week. So the roster today, I'm a little concerned about on the field because I know they maybe haven't been practicing together and maybe haven't been in sync. So Luminosity today needs to pull together their previous chemistry to see if they can come out on top.
I get really nervous when squads do the roster changes or are aware they're not sticking together and then they still play in an event. And usually I would like to hope that they still give it 100%. But 9 times out of 10, it's not really going to be the same vibe as when they were competing. So I feel like this could also just be a nice testament to how well they play, when they're not a team, right? A lot of the times people play very differently when you're not on the same wavelength anymore. So this will be really interesting. Endpoint CEX UV versus Luminosity Gaming. I think it is almost time to hop into this match. Are we doing predictions on these? Are you gonna tell everybody series scoreline again like you were before?
Oh man. See, my problem is I feel like Endpoint may just have the chemistry advantage today, knowing that I know this team is somewhat at least attempting to split up in kind of the days to come, or at least, looking over their options. So Endpoint, with that advantage that I know they have consistently kept playing together, gives me that kind of hope and focus. But you never know. That roster still has so much just pure talent. And if Snub is on fire today, I'm looking at her to be the X factor on the field for Luminosity.
Ooh, okay. So looking at Snub, see if Snub can be the one that kind of raises that bar for her team. Ooh, I don't know how I feel. Like, I feel like knowing that, like, Luminosity has already started looking at other options and things like that makes me a little weary for them. Because, like I said before, anytime a squad is, like, mentally half out of it, I get really nervous for them when they have to continue to play in an event together. But sometimes that also means that there's not as much pressure on you to perform, and it could actually work out in your favor, and then you can have one last nice, you know, kind of like hurrah together, especially like, you know, you made it to Championship Sunday. You're already starting off strong. You just need what, your 2 matches off grand finals right now? Like, go into it full swing ahead, but we gotta wait till we're in the match to know if that's actually gonna happen or not, realistically. So I think we are actually gonna take a short break before we head on over into the match. Just make sure everybody's all good, server is nice and clean, and the grass is cut on the field. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back real short. Welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro, and thank you guys for waiting. We've got our first matchup. It is about to get underway. I am super stoked about this one, Chicksa. Luminosity versus Endpoint. We've broken it down a little bit, but let's do a short, condensed version of what is about to go down before we head on into this matchup.
Yeah, so it's our round 1, but these teams did not get buys, so they have to play the very first kind of round 1 quarterfinal. It is a best of 5, and we're playing with the Luminosity roster that we know from all season long, and the Endpoint roster we know from all season long. As far as we know, Endpoint is sticking with their roster moving on forward, and Luminosity is going to be shaking things up coming up soon. So that means we're slightly concerned with Luminosity chemistry-wise playing on the field, and we're feeling confident that Endpoint has stuck together and should be on point today.
Well, let's see. Is Endpoint going to stay on point, or is Luminosity going to get a couple more wins under their belt before separating? We've got upper round 1 here. Luminosity Gaming versus Endpoint CEXUV here at Supergirl Gamer Pro.
Yeah, we'll see. Endpoint, and they find success early in this one. That's not the touch Takara wants, and it'll put it in a dangerous situation. Asperia last back. Slumpy trying to beat her out. Alanis, the follow-up off the corner. This could be a good read. Alanis wins the 50, and Endpoint does indeed strike first.
I mean, I didn't not expect them to be the team to strike first. However, I was curious when Alanis was going to pop out, because we know her, right? Alanis is usually that really strong third, the solid defender that you can count on, but you don't really get to see her as a striker a lot of the time. So yeah, when we saw them in the qualifier, Alanis started to get set up a lot towards the end there, and she was kind of popping off a little bit more. So I'm excited to see her on offense. Glad she was able to get that opening goal, but let's see, can Slumpy turn this into a 2-goal lead for Endpoint?
Ooh, potentially, but Asperia wins a great 50 upfield. Looks for that double tap read. Does indeed find it off the backboard, and Asperia answering upfield.
I love this push up there. So she takes her time, hit it on the sidewall just in front of, I think it might have been Slumpy, and then places it in front of Alanis. Gets that tie-in goal there for Luminosity. Quick responses. That's what Luminosity and Endpoint need, right? On either end of the field. But more importantly for Luminosity, Endpoint is kind of that squad that's going to take like 1,000,003 shots at your net, whether they're on target or not, because they know eventually something's going to find its way in. So Luminosity's got to be prepared to answer to that. And I think Asperia is very prepared to do so. It was a double tap attempt off the backboard, but for now, Endpoint is going to try and carry this into the Luminosity half.
Yeah, I've played with Asperia kind of for funsies in the server, and she does have pop-off potential. It's nice to see her taking shots early, but it also means on the flip side, they need to prepare themselves on the defensive end. It's a breakdown of rotations, and Endpoint takes full advantage. Alanis with another goal for Endpoint.
Alanis on her way to a hat trick here in game number 1. Now remember, guys, this one is a little bit different. It's a best of 5, so qualifiers were nothing but best of 3s throughout the entire thing. And now these matches are only going to get longer from here out. So I am a little curious how these teams play the long game. Slumpy trying to give Endpoint some comfort in a 2-goal lead here. Great setup. I think that was from Takara over to Slumpy there. And yeah,
It was really pretty.
That was
Slumpy's
clean.
shot was perfectly put on target. Endpoint a comfortable lead. The kickoff doesn't exactly go their way. We'll see if Luminosity can manage some offense here, but Snub actually not getting a read, leaves it for Asperia. We'll see if she can get a second touch. No, instead it goes by the wayside. A double commit though for Endpoint. So potential here. Snub puts one on target, but what a save by Takara to deny.
I loved the speed on Takara from that one, and now she's already on the other end of the field, ready to counterattack on this. Endpoint, they're playing, I feel like you could say a little bit of a slower game, but it's so clean. And it's working out in their favor completely. Rotations are on point, I guess you could say. But with just half the game left to go, Luminosity have 2 goals unanswered to. Alanis, nice challenge there, keeps his ball out of her net. Takara, 50, onto Asperia, keeps the ball in the Endpoint favor, and Luminosity are just struggling to find any glimpse of an opportunity.
Yeah, I've worried the lack of practice, and certainly probably not the best comms in the voice channel right now is going to allow them to break down. And Endpoint, again, you could tell they are working together. Alanis, perfect reset off that ceiling, gets the double tap off the sidewall, sets up Takara, who finishes beautifully. 4-1 on Endpoint. You can tell they're just the better team right now.
Yeah, Endpoint, I mean, you look at them and you're like, okay, this is a squad that clearly has been like scrimming together, working together. They've got history. It just works. It takes any indication of a flaw in another squad, and Endpoint will find it and use it to their advantage. Alanis trying to get the beat on Nacho. This one actually goes to the backboard, and Slippy tried to get the read. Here's another shot opportunity, but it's just barely wide from Takara, but no need to stress too hard. Endpoint still up by 3 for now. Nacho's gonna musty this off the sidewall, and Slippy tried to get the clear, but Asperia sends it right on back. Maybe she can waterfall to herself, but the clear from Endpoint comes out.
Pass here from Snub to Nacho as Luminosity tries to get something going upfield. Nacho denied off the corner. Asperia does her best, but Snub is demoed in midfield. Snub, a very quiet game. We just saw a glimpse of those 34 points that she has. She hasn't been able to do anything, and I know she has so much power, prowess on the field, mechanics at times. This one will be denied. We'll see if she can set up Asperia, but the read just isn't there. And another missed opportunity for Endpoint. Maybe Nacho strong enough on the 50 will win one out. Luminosity at least gets another here.
That was such a beautiful 50 from Nacho. That was just full-blown aggression every step of the way. 52 seconds left. Luminosity, the lead has been cut in half. They were down by 2. It's enough time realistically, but at the same time, Endpoint, the second they're in control, it is really hard to get that ball back.
Good touch by Nacho and a better 50. Tries to leave it for Asperia midfield. Snub slow to it. Nacho not the best touch either on 0 boost. Luminosity running out of time to make something happen upfield. I think the breakdown in defense right now isn't helping them either. Luckily, that one, a mistake. You could just feel kind of the breakdown of Luminosity currently.
Yeah, it is not looking good right now. So that's kind of an unfortunate play, but yeah, you can definitely tell there's a big disconnect on the end of Luminosity, and I think Endpoint recognized that. They know all it takes is a solid game of Rocket League, right? Nice, simple, clean rotations, and you don't have to question anything about your play style. Nice save there from Takara, just keeping Luminosity back from the midfield. Girl, what is this?
It's just BM. Really? Honestly, Alanis, it was nutty. I like the read. It's really pretty. 4 seconds left.
I can't defend you.
It's pretty. I say go for it. I think, with the time that's left for funsies.
If you have one to spare, you might as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that happened. Confidence, though, certainly read out of Endpoint. They'll get one more here at the end of this game number 1. But as I suspected, Luminosity not looking like they have in the past, and Endpoint certainly clicking as they should be.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head with that one, right? Having the knowledge that Luminosity kind of is headed into this one a little bit disconnected, it's worrisome. They didn't play that bad. Things were fairly equal across the board. It's just Endpoint played a stronger game. And the other thing to know, anytime Alanis is playing strongly as a striker or offensively in just any position up past that midfield line, you should be a little bit worried because usually she stays back. So the second Alanis is on it, be worried. She's even scoring goals on her own half as well. She's into it right now.
Yeah, Alanis is on it. I like that. It sounds catchy. And she feels like she's very much in control of herself today. Sometimes you're just having those good days, and Alanis certainly showed that prowess on the field right now. So we'll see. Endpoint, very strong game number 1. We'd like to see that the teams hold momentum going into game number 2. Do they have another dominant victory after this one, or do they fall off a little? Because we saw last week some teams have those consistency issues, but you certainly want to start off your day strong and consistent every full 5 minutes every game.
Yeah, that's the bigger question here. Can Luminosity correct it? And I feel like it's valid to say almost, you know, who wants it more right now, right? I feel like a lot of the times, again, I hate to bring it up continuously, but when you are aware that a roster change is about to go down, that does a lot to your mentality compared to a team that knows that they're sticking together, right? And they might try and use that against you as a weakness. So hopefully Luminosity can try to lock in this next 4 minutes, 41 seconds, because Endpoint is starting off strong with an early game lead.
Yeah, great pressure by Takara. Just kind of catches Snub off guard on the goal line, and Asperia can't get back to it in time to get that save. Takara just making way. Nice shot here for Asperia, a little high. Nacho will demo and send it off towards the backboard, but this one kind of floats away. Nacho connecting, gets a nice touch of midfield, but to nobody because both Snub and Asperia were back. A little bit of disconnect on upfield pressure. Luminosity is going to need to change that if they hope to score a little bit more in this one.
Nacho wanted to take control of that ball, but a demo sends her all the way on back. And this ball just waiting to be taken control of. Snub's going to send this one down in front of the goal. That was a nice save there. I believe it was from Takara. Try and send it on back. And this is probably the most aggressive we've seen Luminosity in terms of offense. And Slumpy says, I'm not going to allow that to last too long. She carried that one all the way into the Luminosity half, but as soon as she's there, she gets sent right on back. And yeah, like I said, I'm loving this from Luminosity. They look like they've got a little fire lit under them.
Yeah, some good pressure. Nice pass here to Asperia. Asperia's shot, though, saved on the goal line by Slumpy, who now looks to take this one upfield. Quick transition for Endpoint. They went off the corner. That's a double commit, and Snub last back, luckily able to send it off into her own corner. Still pressure coming. Asperia will miss that one. Nacho luckily able to poke it away.
Snub kind of losing car control on this one. Takara's slight touch. Can she get the 50? No, but Slumpy's got the midfield clear. Try to take it low. Alana's gonna have to quickly turn around before she gets attacked again. Luminosity doing a great job playing such nice aggression levels here in this game too. I feel like it's a great way to kind of correct mistakes that you saw before, but the biggest issue right now is you still haven't been able to answer the one goal that Endpoint has found for themselves.
Ooh, Asperia, an open net if she can sink it or find a pass. This one is Snub, just doesn't have enough power to get to her in time. And Asperia stalling, can't win that 50. Instead, Snub will try to send this to the backboard. Follow up here, potential, but Asperia not high enough to send that ball down. Instead, Slumpy's shot just off target, and Nacho puts it into the corner. Luminosity making changes, holding off Endpoint for now. Snub one-on-one potential, does get the bump to follow and ties this one up for Luminosity.
I love this. Snub, it was just a nice, simple, clean baby flick. It's like a slow motion flick almost.
It was clean. I think Snub certainly showed the one-on-one prowess in that situation, and that's exactly what Luminosity needs to utilize right now. Shut down Endpoint's passing plays, Endpoint's chemistry, and focus on the one-on-one potential that the entire Luminosity team has. They're not going to be on sync. They're not going to hit passing plays right now. They need to use their mechanical talent to kind of just outplay and outwit the Endpoint team. If they can do that, they might just be able to sneak out this series. Takara, though, in midfield, great positioning. Nacho able to go upfield. Asperia picks up the boost here. We'll see what she can do with it, but a lot more demos come on out. Frustration on both ends of the field showing through those demos.
Nacho, flick over one. Can she get past two? No, Alanis' touch keeps this one in the corner. Snub's gonna take her time into the pocket. Can she find a teammate or just do this herself? No, it was no boost. She felt it was safe to back off And a demo allows Endpoint to start a play here. You saw the bump, and this ball still doesn't find its way in.
Up for here. The entirety of Luminosity back on their half. And Takara, a difficult touch, does get a nice follow-up. But loses control of her car into that 50, and Nacho now up the side wall. Solo play for her. Slumpy, the pre-jump to challenge that from its source, and falls on this one as well. Alanis' shot just off the mark. Endpoint, we saw them ice up in overtime before. Can they ice up with the remaining 30 seconds? Time not in favor for anybody, but the score line, it's even. One goal could be the difference to end this one.
20 seconds left. Luminosity, they want to find that one goal with the last few remaining seconds on the, at least in regulation. This ball bounces up into the midfield. Lana's going to carry it over. Enough boost to get a second touch. Is there going to be a follow-up? No, it's actually Nacho who sends this downfield. Takara, will she let it drop? This one goes to the ground. We've got our first overtime here in the series.
I think overall, a phenomenal turnaround for Luminosity from game 1 to game 2. They covered up some of those mistakes that we saw earlier out of them, and they kind of calmed down. Maybe they were a little frustrated with each other, but it doesn't matter. They're doing their best in this tournament, and that's what their focus and their priority is right now. Granted, they have to defend against this attempt from Endpoint. They do so well. This one out to Snub, who does get the beat. Kind of runs out of boost, though. Can't follow up this play. Asperia down in midfield. Nacho taking her time. Just can't get past the one. And now Endpoint will pass it back. Lots of challenges. Both teams kind of panicked. Don't want to give it opportunity. Nacho towards the backboard. An easy double tap. Reed and Luminosity to take game 2.
This is OG Luminosity, okay? This is the one that we've seen time and time again. They're here, and Nacho is ready. She said after that first loss, she wasn't going down without a fight. Great way to end it there. So we're going to keep this series going. Luminosity give themselves a win in this upper round 1.
Yeah, 1-1 now. Series scored, tied in this best of 5, and overall an even game. Not as many shooting opportunities for our Endpoint team. And as for Luminosity, they were able to get upfield, able to really focalize on those one-on-one opportunities, both from Snub and Nacho, just reading really good plays, and they just finalized. That was a great finish. From time to time, they held on. They did what they needed to do. It wasn't pretty, but it ended up working out.
Yeah, it was not the cleanest at first, but it definitely started to get into it. I think they're kind of answering our question, though, if they were going to end up taking this very seriously or not. I feel like that game 1 was kind of a big questioner on the end of Luminosity, and game 2, you could see the decision making in it, right? That they wanted to clean it up, and they kind of were like, okay, we need to go into this with our heads completely squared away, into the game, ready to go. Otherwise, they knew realistically with the way they were playing in game 1, that was a sweep waiting to happen. So now there's at least a little bit of a chance headed into game number 3 here as we go into the series on even playing ground.
Yep. After game 1, we weren't so sure that we get to that even playing ground, but Luminosity does have the talent to make things work, and we'll see if they can hold on to that game number 3 now. But starting off, they are able to get upfield, at least temporarily. Endpoint can't get past more than a demo. Asperia one-on-one goes underneath and almost finds the last beat against Alanis. Really good play style out of Asperia to start in this series. We'll see if she can continue to kind of be a factor as the game continues on.
Ooh, nice low shot. I know it wasn't like quite on target, but I love when these ones come out really quickly. This one up in the corner, Nacho sealing and down. The slightest of touches keeps Endpoint alive. Snub's gonna try and send this one, but Slumpy's got other plans. She's got enough boost to try and get another touch on it, but Nacho's got the beat. Has her red. The clear. I don't know. I think Luminosity's on the attack and ready to go.
Almost a miss by Takara. Nacho able to send it up. Asperia pass here to Nacho in midfield. Just maybe a little too strong. Huge clear out, but I think Snub will be there in time. Takes this one in control. A little bit too far off of her car, though. Nacho bumped and Asperia coming in. Gets a good touch to at least keep off the offense temporarily. Nacho read off the corner. Takara. She'll take this high. Her mechs have been quite impressive. Gets the flip reset, but Asperia at the last second finds the save, and Nacho out to Asperia. And now quick transition for Endpoint.
Alana's popping this one up high. Snub. She wants to send it on back. We still haven't had anybody find anything. There's been a couple of opportunities to score, but they've all just disappeared as quickly as they've been found. Maybe demos are the answer. Going up for the pushes aren't even enough. Alanis clears this one into the luminosity half. Speria 2 touches. It actually set Slumpy up for success. She tried to get the center over to a teammate, but nobody was ready or in sight even. And Endpoint kind of got to go back to the drawing board. I feel like right now they're just throwing themselves at this ball. It's a little bit differently now that Luminosity is putting some aggression onto them.
Yeah, Takara doing their best to get out. But sometimes pure just mechanical talent on one end of the field can be hard to overcome. A little bit of a double commit on the rotation or Luminosity, but they come out really strong. 1-2-1 passing play. Asperia can't find the connection, and Nacho's touch back to Snub. Too strong. If Slumpy can find the angle, it is already on target. Just that small misconnection and miscommunication on the play ends up causing that goal for Endpoint.
Yeah, just, I mean, that's all it takes, right? It's just the slightest of miscommunications to take advantage of an opportunity. So it works out in Endpoint's favor. Just over 2 minutes to go. Can they hold on to it? They're more than capable. They might, Takara might even turn this into 2.
Just running out of boost to find that double tap play. Nacho bumping the likes of Alanis. Takara coming on through, and Alanis recovering enough to find that Asperia. The catch here off the corner, 50'd by Alanis. They'll keep on fighting in the corner for it. Nacho losing control. The touch by Takara just off target. Luminosity somehow gets away with that goal, at least temporarily. Nacho enough to poke it away from Alanis. Picks up the boost. Her and Asperia do their best. Another 50. Nacho needs to touch this back in the corner, and she does just that. Snub trying to beat, gets the roll, but Takara, enough of a touch to deny that opportunity. A miss, a swing, everybody trying their best, but at this point, the connection just isn't being made.
I feel like in terms of memes, like Luminosity reminds me of the one that's like, and then I fired, and then I missed, and then I fired, and then I missed. Like, that's what's going on. It's like one shot after the other, can't quite find it. But then the same thing is happening on the end of Endpoint too, right? Like, this one feels a little bit more discombobulated than before. Slumpy doesn't have enough boost to try and get a second touch on this ball. Endpoint, realistically, you just gotta waste time. Waste the next 35 seconds. And you can at least claim the win. It doesn't have to be the cleanest.
I think we kind of ruled out cleanest play like a while ago. This game, this series has been anything but sloppy when it comes down to it. So it's 10 seconds, Luminosity, maybe one more shot, one more opportunity. But with Slumpy across the field, can't find the flip reset, snub the pop-up. Takara there will get the beat, it'll touch the ground, and Endpoint takes game number 3 with a single goal.
That's kind of crazy. How is this only 3 registered shots per team? That feels so wrong with the amount that we saw. Granted, the comments on like, oh, that wasn't like the cleanest game ever, that makes it make a little bit more sense, but still, that felt so discombobulated. Oh my gosh. I don't want to sound like a hater. I feel like I'm going to sound like a hater.
No, I think at the end of the day, it's both teams struggling at times and trying to find ways to work out of it. every game you play isn't going to work out easy peasy. And sometimes you're just having a bad game. You miss a couple shots, you get down on yourself, you don't know what to do anymore, or the game's just going by faster than you could really manage in your head, and you feel like you're constantly behind. So it's this time in between games where you kind of take a breath, you reset, you relax, you get your game face on, you get your game plan going, and you talk to your team through. It was a close one. It was a 1-goal game. Sometimes those hurt more than blowouts, but they need to realize what mistakes were happening on the field defensively, offensively, miscommunication wise, because that only goal from Endpoint was just because Nacho touched it back past Snub instead of leaving it for Snub. Granted, both options could have been successful. It just needed to be communicated.
So communication headed into this game number 4 here is going to be really massive. Endpoint sits on match point. For those of y'all wondering, yes, this time our best of 5s, not best of 3s. So it's going to be a little bit more intense than it was before. You got to do one more round of your Endpoint. Slumpy fully prepared to try and end it here in game 4. Tries to set up Takara actually for a shot. Shot goes wayside. Nacho, no connection on this to get the clear, but there's at least enough time for Asperia to get back. Carries this one. Failed flick. But thankfully Nacho's there to bail her out. Takes this one over. Can she get the reset in? No, it's slow enough that Alanis got a touch, but Asperia's got the cleanup.
The way Luminosity succeeds in this series is plays like this. It's a one-on-one play that's difficult, but then the cleanup crew's there. It's not a passing play. That's not a passing play, that's a cleanup play. But they all have the one-on-one mechanics that they need to force those type of plays. That is when Luminosity looks good. This team has struggled attempting to connect with one another. We see the miscommunication. It's just not their style. So let's try a different style this game. Let's focus on that and see if it works. Snub in the corner, Luminosity upfield, the clear way past everybody, but we'll see them reset, and let's see if they can find themselves another one.
Nacho, no boost in the tank, enough to set up Snub for a shot. She's got that angle easily. Luminosity go up by 2. And this is what we talked about, you know, having that player connection, right? Setting in 2 at a time, working together to push on in. It worked. And now Luminosity's up 2-0.
Yep. Really difficult angle though. Like, huge shout out to Snub on that play. That is not easy. The switch to the Dominus car as well. We questioned it a little bit last week with the car switches, but looks like that works for now. Up here. Asperia bumping Nacho, and that is a mistake that'll cause a goal.
Yeah, that was a little bit more reminiscent of game 1. Just unfortunate for Luminosity, but great if you're Endpoint. If you're an Endpoint fan, you take those.
I'm a fan of both these teams, so no complaints for me, but it's not exactly what we want to see on the side of just clean plays. But this one end of the field to the other. What a save by Asperia to find a way to put that one off target with such speed. Endpoint, probably for a second thought that they had a goal there. The challenge, Slumpy comes on through, sends it high, it'll drop down. Asperia doesn't get the read, but Snub to send it away. Pop up, Takara, let's see her cook, finds the bounce, almost, and this one just too high for Slumpy, even with the demo. Nacho controlling, major flick here, but another great save by Alanis.
That was a really incredible save because it looked like she had the angle on that one. 2 minutes 26 to go. Luminosity looks like they're trying to play the faster paced game, which is catching Endpoint a little bit off guard right now. Asperia taking this one over to the ceiling. Takara's trying to get her red off the backboard. Slumpy's got her in net. Snub couldn't quite help get the follow-up this time, but this isn't the end of it. Asperia's gonna go for the double. Does she get the angle? No, it's just wide and out. And Luminosity try again.
Off the corner, Asperia running out of boost, but still finds the challenge. Nacho comes on late. With a little bit left in the tank, Asperia there. Send it up. Now Snub out of boost. Asperia shot fasted on target. That one will go on in, and Luminosity now a 3-1 lead.
They look incredible right now. You can tell they're frustrating Endpoint just a little bit, because right now Luminosity is definitely deciding the pace of play, and it's working out in their favor. Alanis wants that kickoff goal. Nacho sends it on back. And right now, I think the best thing for Endpoint is you got to get that midfield on lock. Luminosity has broken into their half way too many times to count now. They've had too many opportunities to get to even try and score. And the biggest thing is Endpoint gotta make connection with this ball. Otherwise, Snub's just gonna continue to take advantage of the opportunities given to her in open net situations like this.
I think a lot of it has to do with the boost struggle. I keep looking at the numbers occasionally and seeing Luminosity on significantly higher boosts than the likes of Endpoint. That'll get you where you want to be on the field in quite better fashion. That one's just a mistake kickoff. Endpoint at this point just needs to say, GG, go next. We took game number 3. We had this game 4 to lose. You didn't want to lose it, of course, but it was a buffer. Going on to game 5, they need focus. They need a plan. Just try to get some positive energy going at the end of this game number 4. Because right now, Luminosity, they have looked really good at cleaning up plays upfield. They have enough of mechanical just menace ability that it's been working to throw off Endpoint.
1 minute left. Realistically, you just gotta give yourself some goals for confidence, and that could be one of them. It was Alanis with the flick upfield and Slumpy with the cleanup. A play we've seen so many times from Luminosity. Now Endpoint getting to do it back. With 53 seconds to go, I mean, if you technically think about it, it's not impossible to say that there is a chance.
You know, if Luminosity wasn't so good at just playing keep away with their single ones ability, I would say sure. But they're just a really hard team to score very quickly with little time left because of their ability to extend plays each individually. It's the fact that they can keep the ball up and find touches like that that'll just keep the game on going. But it's a great opportunity by Endpoint. Don't find the connection, a couple extra touches, but time has run out for Endpoint. This one is definitely going to game number 5. Our very first series of the day will be going the distance to figure out who will be going to our lower losers bracket and who will be going on forward to play against one of our number 1 seeded teams from qualifiers.
This is very interesting because I feel like as time has gone on, Luminosity is just getting better and better and a little bit more consistent than you would have probably anticipated. But in particular, I want to keep eyes on Snub, right? She's kind of been a really big initiator for, you know, Luminosity pushing through, deciding pace of play, holding on to that ball. And I love that the biggest thing right now is how quickly they're now following each other up. I feel like before they were definitely playing a little bit more of an individual game, and it clearly wasn't working out in their favor. So the fact that they corrected that mistake so quickly is massive. But now you have one chance left. Can you pull it off? And this is where we started to see a lot of the teams falter in the qualifiers, was how inconsistent they would be after being so consistent for 1 or 2 games at a time.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of questions that will be answered in the next game. Is Endpoint going to kind of come back into their team play mentality, loosen up on those mistakes, challenge at the source, keep those demos very prominent upfield? Or is Luminosity just going to keep outplaying with the mechanics, keep kind of, you know, pushing Endpoint in awkward situations that they can't seem to overcome? Yes, I love Snub. I think she is a current X factor upfield. But in particular, I like that Asperia has been more upfield than in the past. Normally, she's definitely, I think, faltered and kind of more backfield, but she's been up on almost every single offensive effort play, and that has worked out to Luminosity's advantage moving on forward.
Alana's no connection with that ball. Slumpy able to get past Nacho. Aspiria was just waiting, lurking in the corner there. Luminosity very aware they're going to have a very strong defensive game here, and it just isn't going to be enough. Slumpy coming out swinging. She's hot on this one. Takara, enough of a touch to set Slumpy up for an absolute banger into that net, giving Endpoint their 1-goal lead.
Really great early play for Endpoint. That's the confidence you want to see out of them early. Can they continue hold the confidence? Snub off the ceiling, almost gets the read, but Takara denies. Nacho, a touch, waiting patiently for Takara's. Still has some boost, gets the pinch, sends it across the backboard. Snub has been able to hit tight angles, almost connects with the Aspiria on the cleanup, but still not there. Luminosity still pushing offense. Endpoint trying to get a clear out. They can't get past half field just yet. Snub down to Aspiria. The touch here. Nacho shot just off the mark, but still in the Endpoint half. Takara, single touch. Snub, at least a beat. Still, we haven't seen it pass into the blue half. And Luminosity, a minute and a half, pretty much, of offensive pressure, and no goal will come out of it.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see anything really that would give me some confidence in them. This ball goes over into the corner. Nice demo from Aspiria. Snub just gonna cheat up enough to slot this one on through. And Luminosity tie up the game at 3:18.
I mean, eventually the defense needs to break. And when you look at the boost numbers, 0-0 and 26, when it comes down to that goal being scored, you could just tell. Eventually, being stuck to your half will result in a goal happening. And Luminosity, great offensive pressure to do that. Can they do it again? Can they shock the likes of Endpoint? Great pressure coming, but Snub and Aspiria so far back. Nacho, the initial touch, at least finds the save. Aspiria wasn't ready for that one. Takara trying to do a little bit of magic off that corner, but Aspiria, good save to give Luminosity time to reset and re-rotate.
Here comes Aspiria, trying to push up field, but Endpoint wants to get the clear. Second touch from Takara sends it all the way to the backboard, but Aspiria again, nice touches, nice big clears from both ends of the field, right? Everybody kind of just playing the long game, which realistically is setting up for a lot of pressure headed into this next half of the game. Takara gonna let this one fall. This one, it touches the goal, doesn't find its way in, but that was something.
The save made so many times by Snub for Luminosity. You can tell they're trying to win it, but what a 50 by Takara! Outplays the likes of Aspiria with a little to no boost and just completely stomps.
It's not unexpected. That's all I gotta say. 2 minutes left. Endpoint hold on to a 1-goal lead. They want to turn it into 2 desperately. Takara almost had the angle to set her teammate up. Demo sends somebody home, and Slumpy says, everybody just stop. Just push the ball through. That's all you gotta do. And Endpoint go up by 2.
Nacho Snub double committing on that play, leaves the net open. Miscommunication littering the field right now for Luminosity. This is the time to ice up, and Endpoint doing just that. They won their Game 3 overtime last week. They're not looking to lose this one in Game 5 either.
Minute 40 seconds. This ball stays in that Luminosity half. It's just been Endpoint taking shot after shot. That was really not the cleanest. Luminosity struggling to find connections with this ball, whether it's in their half or the other end of the field. Aspiria taking a slow shot. Easy read there for Slumpy. And you can take a million shots at this net, but you got a minute and 17 seconds left. At some point, you gotta make the call for quality over quantity if you're Luminosity.
Snub's touch, the last of boost to try to send it upfield. Nacho waiting, controlling, sends to Asperia. Asperia's touch just off target. Snub able to follow up. It's a team effort for Luminosity upfield, but they find just enough of a connection to stay alive.
I'm glad they were able to find it, but that makes me really nervous for them, right? You've got 1 minute left. It took that many touches and that many, passes to confuse Endpoint. I don't know if Endpoint's going to let you do that to them again, realistically, because Endpoint isn't even going to let you be on the field, apparently. They're just going up and going for the demos and the bumps. They're going to waste your time. Slumpy, that's a wide shot. Again, it's just they're time wasting.
Yeah, but she needs to make that shot. That needs to be your buffer goal. Slumpy could be regretting that miss later if Luminosity are able to find one here. Good 50 by Snub. Follow up for Nacho. That shot's on target. Slumpy can't find the save, and now Luminosity, they tied this one up.
Well, you were saying there was a chance she was going to regret it, and that might be in the back of her head. 23 seconds left to go. Game 5, upper round 1. Are one of these teams going to try and end it here? Are we going to see an overtime? Let's find out. It's Takara, takes this one to the sky. Slumpy tried to initiate a pass, but instead Asperia carries this one into the orange side. A pinch gets blocked in the corner. Alanis says, no, we're going to keep this in our control for now. Endpoint have the opportunity for one last play, but Nacho's going to kill it. We got overtime.
Everyone in chat, overtime for the content. I don't know if this is scripted. I don't think either team wants to be in this much of a stressful situation early on in this series, in this game. But you know what? It's here. It's now. Endpoint, as I mentioned, winning their series in overtime for that third place qualifying spot. As per Luminosity, they lost their qualifying, kind of seed 1 match. They couldn't win when it came down to it last week. So I don't know. Endpoint seems to have better ice, but Luminosity, 2 unanswered goals previously. Snub and Nacho 50ing that one, and this one saved. Asperia the save as well. I really do not need them to give me a heart attack this early on in our tournament today.
This is only round 1, too. That's the crazy part. Slumpy's going to take a shot at this. Nacho sends it, attempting to send it out to the midfield. Alanis, she's the only player from her team that's at least facing in a direction that could be in their favor, but Luminosity have officially broken into the Endpoint half. A setup for a shot. A demo gives the opportunity to Snub, and it goes wayside as there's touch on the ball, goes through, and Nacho can't even find her way in after the save.
Oh, Takara trying to stall off this corner. Luminosity still in the attacking half. Touchdown here, read well by Alanis to Slumpy. Slumpy's touch maybe a little bit too tough. Snub to knock her away. Nacho, flip reset, takes it underneath, tries for the pinch shot, but this one taken back towards the other end. Snub back high, still has some boost to work with, trying to connect with Asperia, but that one won't have any connection either. Another double commit for Luminosity, and Takara will try to set this up. A demo on Asperia. Nacho and Snub back. Another demo now on Snub, but Nacho in control. Gets the one-on-one beat. Takara just in time to save back. Asperia sending this down. Snub waiting patiently on the read. Sends it across to midfield, but Slumpy reads it well. Gets demoed for her efforts. Asperia now in the sky. So much effort in the air, but nobody out on top.
Endpoint on very low boost. Everybody just trying to regain and reset. They just need a moment. Slumpy's clear might have given them that. Alanis over to the backboard. Leaves this for Takara to take a shot. Her touch also to the backboard. Can she find the angle? No! The save comes through, and the clear turns into a counterattack for Luminosity. And as quickly as it began, it ends. Alanis into the midfield. Takes that midfield boost as well. On her way over to the Luminosity net. Slumpy sends this one high. And right now, I think it's safe to say this is going to come down to who can find the first defensive mistake on someone's end in rotation.
Nacho off the corner. Does get it past Slumpy and Asperia as well. Past one. Alanis back. Touches it off to the corner. Nacho's there. Gets in the way. 51 by Slumpy, but Snub is there now to take it instead. Snub trying to follow Asperia the 50. Snub back. Hopping this one towards the other end. Slumpy's read, pretty good. Slumpy almost gets it underneath the bar. But this one between Nacho and Snub, 50 and out towards midfield. Snub taking her time. Demon for her efforts against Alanis. Asperia trying to win the 50, but Slumpy's still there. Almost 4 minutes into overtime. We've almost played another entire game of Rocket League, but both teams just enough power, just enough presence. Snub, the redirect shot past the entire defense. Luminosity at 4:01 get the fourth goal and the overtime win. A gorgeous top left corner shot on the redirect.
That was such a way to end it. Luminosity kind of steal it. The series from Endpoint. Endpoint looks so strong, and Luminosity, they had all the momentum in their favor. Oh my gosh. That was, if there was a way to end it after the sheer amount of OT that they had to play, I'm glad it ended in such a nice, clean redirect. I love those shots. It was great, and that's a tilter. Now you got to kind of keep your eyes on Endpoint as they head into the lower bracket, because that is a very frustrating way to lose. But let's take a look over at some of the highlights from one of the many, many goals that we got to see throughout that series.
Yeah, that was a crazy series to say the least. Endpoint started off with the most dominant victory you could have asked for. 6-3 fashion, I believe, was the end of game number 1. But both teams kind of locked down their defense, locked down the mistakes going into game 2, 3, 4, and 5. We saw a closer series, just single goals, double goals at that point. And it came down to those success on the field, on the one-on-one plays for each team. Keep in mind, this one, another overtime win for Luminosity. They had to power through in 2 overtimes to take it. That was a demanding win for them, but overall, they came out on top.
Yeah, they looked incredible towards the end. Again, kudos to Luminosity, right? You had a rough start to this series, and as time went on, they just got better and better and cleaner and cleaner. And really, just their adaptation against Endpoint was everything. They knew how to fix a lot of mistakes in real time, despite it being very sloppy, because I will sit here and say that was not the cleanest series in the world on either end of the field, but still they were able to pull off the win. They did it in what felt like dominating fashion at the end there. I feel like it was just momentum driven the entire time.
A lot of unanswered goals, kind of a lot of just overall mechanical pressure. How many times were they in the air and just had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity? It just felt like they never left the Endpoint half and were able to kind of slowly grind down that defense. But that is our very first game, very first series of the day. We have a lot more series to go on our championship Saturday here at Supergirl Gamer Pro. We're going to be taking a quick break, setting up their next lobby, our next series, so we'll be right back after this one.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro, series dedicated to women in gaming. We are here doing Rocket League. It is Championship Saturday. We just saw our very first round 1 matchup. It went the entire series length to the best of 5. Overtime, everything we could have asked for content-wise. I'm Chixa, I'm here with Hercules, and we're so ready for this round 2 matchup.
Yeah, this next one is going to be really interesting. I'm excited. But before we head into that, let's take a quick peek over at the bracket so you and us can see what has gone down. You and I? Proper English? Anyways, right now, here is what you missed. In round 1, this was the match that we just had on broadcast. Luminosity Gaming took Endpoint all the way to Game 5 overtime. In nearing 6 matches, because that overtime was almost a full regulation match. It ended going 3-2 in Luminosity's favor. And then on the flip side of things, Genji, Mobile One Racing Black send extra down to the lower bracket. And now we can officially head into our round 2s, which means our number 1 seeds, right? The teams that were battling it out all throughout qualifiers, they're finally going to get a chance to play.
Yeah, they will. You know, waiting in the wings is 2 quite phenomenal teams. Cat Jam has Steven, Ravina, and Sarek. Is This Thing On is, of course, Ducks, Crimson, and Alems, which we talked so much about. It was just crazy to see both of these teams just compete. Genji, as we said, beat Extra off stream in 3-1 fashion. They struggled a little bit last week, but I feel like Genji is certainly up to the task in this one. Of course, Courtney, Kate, and Bella, we all love them. We know them so well. Let's see if Superstar Courtney is on point today.
Yeah, I feel like that is definitely the bigger question of who is going to have that pop-off player, because these are 2 very incredibly stacked rosters, right? And especially, I do want to put eyes on Cat Jam for a second, because I feel like usually you gravitate towards Genji. But on the end of Cat Jam, you've got Steven, Ravina, and Sarek. And Steven and Ravina are these top 2 players from these other squads, right? Out all throughout the women's scene in Rocket League. And now that Ravina is kind of broken out on her own, you're like, oh wow, like who is she going to be aligning with now to kind of maybe potentially create another super team like Genji has the capability of? Because Courtney, Kate, and Bella, realistically, that was a super team for so long. I feel like in a lot of ways they still are a super team, but they are being challenged a lot more than they have been in the past. And I feel like that's what makes series like this so interesting, when you've got a new squad coming in up against them.
Yeah, the talent in the scene, I feel like, just has exploded as of recently. We're seeing a lot of young talent kind of coming through. We're seeing a lot of talent that's been here a while really progress in a positive manner to be as competitive. Of course, in a tournament like this, when we have NA and EU all combined, we get to see that competition up front. But when it was split throughout the season, we kind of saw the same matchup. Now that new season, new look is kind of coming on through, we're seeing just how much talent there is in the women's scene.
And there is a lot of it. This isn't it going to be a very intense matchup. I expect either a full-blown shootout or probably one of the closest series we will get. And speaking of potential shootouts, Kate is going to be the one to open things up for Genji.
Yeah, Kate basically says, Courtney, I don't need you. I can finish up my own shot. I don't know what you're talking about. And she's able to follow up her own play off the corner. Genji starting off strong and just already such a better look from last week. They struggled. They didn't come through as the number 1 seed. I mean, keep in mind, the reigning champions of the women's scene doesn't come through in like one of our first tournaments as a number 1 seed. It was outstanding to see another team, you know, compete to the best of them, and also really crazy to note. But from what we've seen already, they at least look a little bit more up to snuff to start off today, and that's already a good sign.
Ball's gonna fall. Sarah up next to take control. She wants to take it actually low, but Kate had a red on it. Ravina's up next to challenge. Great 50 on there, having to send Bella on back. She takes that back field boost. It's enough to carry it down. Maybe pass over to Courtney. Easy shot in when you work so well together. From off the ceiling, right down and through. Genji go up to 2.
Genji looks phenomenal. I don't know how much more I could say other than phenomenal. Really great plays in the first minute of gameplay. They're just keeping up offensive pressure, and that's really hard for Catcham to defend against. A nice pass here, but look at that block by Courtney on the goal line. Denies a first real opportunity from Catcham, and now Bella already looking upfield. Catcham needs to defend against all this pressure coming, and it's still not stopping. Kate, another following up touch, and Genji gets a third.
Oh man, listen, it's not that I'm shocked, right? Genji has been that team. They have been those girls since they formulated this roster, especially with Kate finally stepping in full time on Genji, right? Because she was switching back and forth. I believe it was with Cloudy, correct me if I'm wrong, for a while there. And there was a lot of inconsistencies, and I feel like now that Kate is kind of able to just be a part of the squad, it is working out so incredibly well for them. There it is.
We talk about someone in the scene who is just so phenomenal, literally the role model of what a phenomenal women's player can be, and Courtney is on point today. Really phenomenal one-on-one play. I'm impressed. Our kind of all-star MVP is coming out through very strong early on with Kate and Bella. They look so in sync. I mean, Extra took a game off of them, but at this point, I don't even know if Catcham is going to be able to take off a game from this huge momentum swing, this offensive pressure, this confidence that is oozing out of Genji.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest disconnect on the end of Catcham right now is not even like that they're playing poorly, because they do have the capability to be insanely individual, right? But rotationally, they are struggling right now. It feels like there isn't like a set in stone game plan. Now, granted, I don't know when this squad started playing together. Maybe you might know, Chixa, but I feel like it couldn't have been that long. I feel like Ravina just left and so did Steven.
Yeah, I don't think Ravina, Steven, and Sarek have been playing together that long, and I'm pretty sure in the tournaments to come, this isn't the same roster. I think they have another switch-up kind of roster. So I think it's probably just something spur of the moment. You know, Steven wasn't going to play with the Williams roster anymore, so she was looking for someone. Ravina, you know, can't play now with the old Misfits roster because no NA and EU combination. And then Sarah probably just also needed a home, so they just kind of said, let's get together and figure things out. And they figured things out last week, but Genji is looking to their like unstoppable self, and Courtney is just mesmerizing to watch as she controls this one upfield.
Yeah, Courtney is definitely one of those players that you will always be happy to watch her play, right? She is arguably one of the more consistent players in the league in general, but outside that, she is a phenomenal leader. That is, I feel like, one of the things that sets her apart from so many teams. She's just a great person to be around. And also just Bella and Kate, the squad in general, they just work, right? It's one of those teams that you're like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So, like, I love that they stick together. They have so much history, and they just continue to grind. And anytime there has been a moment where things don't work out for them, they never make the same mistake twice. I feel like that's the biggest thing for them. So right now, Catcham playing catch up, but can't even start to play catch up because Genji's not even letting them.
Now they've shut out the likes of Catcham. A double commit here may give Steven a one-on-one opportunity, but Ravina can't get to this one. Kate sends it out. Courtney's there. Courtney's shot on target. That's on point. That's 4 for 4 for for Courtney. She is looking at her prime, at her peak. We're just going to say Courtney had a bad week last week, but she's not having a bad one this time.
No, she is not. Genji, Mobile One Racing Black go 7-0 in their game 1 upper round 2. This is insane. Courtney, you don't need another one. You could let the clock go. We've got best of 5 here.
I'm speechless. I knew the big question mark was Genji this week, and now that they've come out in this incredibly dominant fashion, it's just scary. Like, I can confidently say they have the potential to win today's tournament, specifically with this game 1 performance. Last week, I would have told you I'm not very confident in them at all, but they're on track to setting out a phenomenal performance. And the fact is, just the amount of pure shots and pure, like, disruption on the field against Catcham is impeccable.
Yeah, they look so good. If they continue to play like this, right, this is gonna be an easy game for Genji. I hate to say it, Catjam, you've got so many things to try and correct in real time. But the one thing I will say is, if Catjam can get it together, it's not like there isn't a chance. They are still an incredible team. Ravina, Steven, and Sarek individually are so good. Right now, what is hindering them is team play. They're a little too individual. And on the other flip side of things, Genji is working a little too well together for Catjam to keep up.
Yeah, Kate, as you could tell, a ton of the assists in that one, and still able to get upfield for 3 goals herself. Courtney, just absolute monster, and Bella working well to find some assists in that regard as well. So it's just like the team understands where they need to be, what they need to do. As for, Ravina and Steven, I feel like Steven's been a little quiet as of recently when it comes to the mechanics that we used to see out of her, and Ravina is still also trying to find her place in this roster of 3. I have a hard time seeing them turn around this series completely. I think they should just try to play their best game moving forward, do the best they can in the field, try to figure out what works, because they do have a loser's bracket nonetheless. There is a second chance. So focus on trying to get this week today in focus and do as best as you can.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. If you can't find anything here in this game too in regards to Catjam, realistically, you just play your best game and you make that lower bracket run, because it's not like they're playing bad. Maybe you could have enough matches making that run to warm you up to potentially have to face off again against Genji. But before you get that far ahead of things, do gotta go into game number 2. Steven's gonna reset this one all the way towards the net. Sarek with the follow-up shot doesn't quite find her way through, and Genji go on the attack. Courtney can't find her way in, and these first 30 seconds stay scoreless.
Sarek upfield to Ravina. It is blocked away by Bella in midfield. Demo by Kate. Courtney looks to take this one. Can't get the flick. Actually gets 50 well by Sarek, but a good touch by Bella to prevent that shot from happening. Bringing some pressure is Catjam. Just a couple of inconsistencies on the accuracy and the shooting have prevented them from scoring that first goal. Bella off the ceiling. Kate, the follow-up, will pop it off the backboard. Ravina, a nice read extension with the flip reset if needed, but Courtney and the rest of Genji still following up, still finding ways to pass. That run from Courtney to Kate gets the connection, and Genji on the board first again.
I love this. It's clean. Even if Catjam gets a tiny touch, it doesn't even stop Genji from being on target and ready to go. And now Genji go up by 1. Kate is doing phenomenally. I was initially like, I have my eyes completely on Courtney 99% of the time that I watch Genji. But this time, Kate is shining. She looks so on point, and the second all 3 players from Genji are on it, they realistically become unstoppable.
And Kate's in the gold car too. I mean, how can you keep your eyes off of her? It's literally glowing. But Genji look really good. Bella, the double tap read down for the pass to Courtney. 2 bang bang goals in a row, unanswered goals for Genji. They look unstoppable right now.
Yeah, there is no slowing this squad down, and they're not planning on letting anything stop them for now. Cat Jam, 2 goals to answer to with just over 3 minutes to go. Can they find anything, or will they continue to be trapped in their own half? Right now, it's looking like the latter. Because Cat Jam, they can't get past that midfield line for nothing.
Pop in midfield. Kate out to Courtney. Courtney back to Cabe. This one to Bella. Almost a triple pass, but it is blocked away at the last second by Ravina. Courtney pokes this one away from her. We'll keep it in the upfield for Genji, but a nice clear by Steven relieves some of that pressure. At least for now. Steven looking for that shot. Blocked away. Kate now as well gets the pass up to Courtney, and Courtney already back upfield and looking aggressively for Genji.
Vina try to get this one over to Sarek. Sarek Knight's 50. Less than half the game to go. This one at least isn't as much of a shutout as we saw before. But nonetheless, Cat Jam are still just struggling to find any glimpse of an opportunity against Genji.
I don't think they've scored yet.
No, they
didn't
haven't.
Score at all in game number 1, so Cat Jam's still looking for their first goal. So even if Genji went out in less of a dominant fashion, they still haven't let Cat Jam score, which is, I think, the bigger thing to note. Imagine having Ravina, Steven, and Sarek on your team and not being able to score a single goal. Those are powerful names offensively upfield, and if you could shut them out defensively, that's, again, outstanding. So I don't know how Cat Jam can change up how they're doing on the field, since Genji is so overwhelmingly on the offensive side of the field at all times.
I think realistically, you just gotta accept the series for what it is if you're Cat Jam, and know that there is no stopping Genji right now. I think that is the biggest thing. It's like you said before the series started, right? Kind of just gotta play your game, accept it for what it is, and then make the run wherever you got to.
Sometimes the fact is the other team is just playing better. Courtney, I feel like playing with their food there. Gives it to Bella. Kate dropped down here. We'll see if she can fall on it, but no, instead Steven takes it. Bella, Courtney. Courtney shot off the mark. Bella, though, still able to keep this ball upfield. Gets a little bit of a pass to Kate. Tries to connect. Sarek one-on-one with Courtney. Courtney finds the read. Sends it up the side wall. Bella now up off that wall. Another 50 in midfield. Cat Jam still stuck on their half. This one on target. Ravina, yet another save for Cat Jam. Another shot comes through, and another one. Genji just staying so offensively present.
Yeah, there is literally no stopping this squad right now. 8 seconds to go. Kate's gonna try and get one more for Genji. This ball goes just to the ground. Genji claim another game here in the series of upper round 2. Match point belongs to them. And I don't know, I think you said it best, right? The names on Cat Jam, they're not bad. They are very powerful names. They are names that on paper you should be afraid of. But at the end of the day, Genji is a super team. I feel like it's safe to call them a super team.
9 shots, 2 goals, 7 saves. Everything is either in or saved. I mean, it's just that deadly. That's the end of the day right now for Genji. Everything they're putting on is on target. It needs to be saved. It is deadly. It is really good. Genji is playing to their full potential, and it's crazy to watch. I feel like this gives us a lot of confidence moving forward about Genji, about this roster. You know, chances are they're definitely going to be staying together. Last week was a blip. they certainly went through replays, they scrimmed, they practiced, they sat down, they got things together, and they're ready to compete this week.
No, they definitely did. You can tell that they took their time to correct mistakes that were happening last week, because it was a little questionable the way that they were playing. I was like, yo, is this just like we've been on break for too long, or what's the situation? They're back. Gen G is back. They're doing their thing. One more game before Gen G can claim a spot continuing on in SGGP in the upper bracket. And on the flip side of things, Cat Jam backs against the wall, potentially heading down to the lower bracket.
We will see. Things will certainly figure themselves out, but it only takes Courtney a mere 18 seconds to score for Gen G. Yet again, they put themselves in the money with winning this game. It secures at minimum a 4th place spot. Moving on to our finals, technically, in the upper bracket. So outstanding work overall by Gen G if they're able to keep up this dominance, because I feel like that's just the best way to do it. It's dominance. It's pure, sheer, continuous aggression and continuous control over your opponent. You're putting out the pace of play. You're putting out all the offensive shots you could ask for. They're playing a pretty much flawless game.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this is literally near flawless for Gen G. And granted, I would love to see them against a team that was going to give maybe a little bit more coordination to see what the challenge would be like. I feel like, again, Cat Jam's biggest disconnect is Cat Jam reminds me of a dream team, and Gen G is a super team. And if you're wondering what I mean, a super team is somebody that has been together for a long period of time, right? They know they work well together, they've won, they've got the results, they've got everything in their backpack ready to go. On the flip side, dream team of Cat Jam, you're putting your favorite players together and kind of hoping for the best, and it's not quite working out in your favor.
Yeah, I'm stunned. Honestly, in the back of my mind right now too is Extra took a game off of Gen G. Cat Jam right now doesn't look like they'll be able to take a single one. How's Extra feeling today to take a game off this super team? That's I have potential for them in the lower bracket because Gen G look unstoppable.
Yeah, Gen G, this is a beatdown.
I mean, the shout outs to Steven, to Ravina, to Sarek. I absolutely adore you guys. You're just outpaced this game. There isn't much I could say to correct. It's just one of those games that I don't feel like there's much that you could do to change the pace. You would need to be playing together for probably 6 months to be able to come together like really pow for pow against Gen G right now. They'll need to search again for a way to score. Steven, the solo play, will do that to score more one-on-one opportunities, because Steven beats 1 and 2 right here in order to find that play.
A rare defensive mistake on Gen G leads to the first goal for Cat Jam here in game number 3, which is really interesting. Hopefully that is a little bit of a confidence booster for Cat Jam, right? To challenge and attack maybe just a little bit faster, unless Courtney has something to say about it. She's going to send this one forward. Bella drives it over to the side while Ravina, the pinch off the backboard, past the midfield, immediately gets sent back into the blue half. And Gen G just continue to throw shots at the Cat Jam defense, and now are bumping them. You don't have to go as far as to be that aggressive, but they are.
Hey, it's only a 1-goal game. Things can happen. Gen G wants more of a buffer. This one's sent out and upfield. Kate over to Courtney. Courtney off the side wall. Looks towards the backboard. Almost gets the touchdown. Kate looking to follow up off the backboard herself. The squishy save for Sarek, and Bella shot off target on the follow-up. Ravina, though, a miss. That'll prevent the transition from happening for Cat Jam. And off the backboard, Sarek, a great read. Cat Jam looking for some pressure. Bella's touch slightly off the mark. Courtney, a rare miss. Maybe an opening. Bella, though, still able to get there, utilizes boost, keeps this ball upfield. Ravina in midfield. 120, a 1-goal game. And Cat Jam find the one they need to tie it up.
Let's find out here. Bella's got other plans. She wants to give Genji the 2-goal lead. Instead, it's the pass over to Courtney to secure that. Said lead at 1 minute and 9 seconds. Genji go back up by 2.
Courtney knew where that pass was going before it even became a pass. That's the communication that you could read. She was straight to the sky where it needed to be on the mark. A great goal by Genji. Now just over a minute remaining. Either Genji puts on more goals or Katcham tries to come back through. Ferric and Steven combine upfield. Ravina looking. Ravina passed one straight down here. Shot possibly for Steven, but no connection. Sarek now off the corner. Pass to Steven. Shot on target, but Bella falling into this save will deny Katcham again. A great pass towards center field, but another somebody in the way for Genji. Defense certainly on point right now as well.
Bella just letting this ball go all the way into the Cat Jam half, wasting time. Tries to get the pass over to Courtney instead. Steven almost was able to get a breakaway on that one. Not quite able to find it. Instead, Genji are just going to connect back with themselves. Back pass over to Bella. Nice flick, wasting time. And with, well, 10 seconds left to go, I feel like it is safe to say that Genji have secured themselves a spot in the winners final, where they will face off against either Is This Thing On or Luminosity later today. But one for the road home couldn't hurt your confidence. So Genji take down Cat Jam in a sweep and 4-1 in game number 3.
13-1 is the goal differential to end out that game. 13 goals by Genji and a single one for Cat Jam. Again, I think it's a testament as well to extra that we haven't seen yet, that they were able to take a single game off of Genji. But yeah, Cat Jam, they just weren't ready for the sheer speed and aggression and synchronized play that Genji brought to the table. They went out in a sweep. They're looking pretty confident, and I'd be scared to play them in the upper bracket final.
I would too. Oh my goodness, especially like when you saw this many connective plays. One of the many goals that we got to see Kate put into that net there. Courtney was having her pop-off moment. It was Genji's series from the beginning. Genji is on it, and I would be terrified no matter who goes to play them, because right now, nobody that I have seen play has been up to this Genji standard.
Nope, not at all. And that's crazy. I'm just, again, purely shocked by the play that we saw from them. It was, I mean, our job is to break down plays. Why are teams being unsuccessful and successful? And it's hard to break down near perfection on the side of one team and just an ability to do anything on the other side of the field. They're such good players, but when you have a team that is so well synced up, it's almost impossible to beat.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that one. For now, we're going to let Is This Thing On and Luminosity finish their game out as Endpoint and Extra wait for these squads down in the lower bracket. We'll be heading on over there shortly. But for now, thank you guys so much for watching. We got more Rocket League coming up after this break, so don't go anywhere.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Hi guys, welcome back here. It's Supergirl Gamer Pro Championship Saturday, and oh my gosh, has it been a wild ride so far. I am Hercules alongside Chixa, and well, we've got more Rocket League underway, but before we break into that, let's take a look at what's already gone down. Let's go see. I think this has been kind of crazy, Chixa. Oh my god, like let's just break down, because I feel like what's showing on paper doesn't even begin to describe how insane it's been.
Yeah, Luminosity Endpoint went to game 5. It was our first game on stream, and Luminosity won in a 4-minute overtime in game number 5. They squeaked things out, and then they went over to play in upper round 2. Is this thing on? And they got swept completely. Like, that monster of a Ducks, Crimson, and Alum's team 3-0'd them and sent them down into our lower bracket. Our round 1 for the lower side was Genji and Extra. We didn't see that one on stream, but it went in 3-1 fashion. But we just saw Genji 3-0 sweet catch him in a 14-1 goal differential. It was crazy.
That series, if you missed it, like, you should go watch the VOD, because if you've ever had any like curiosity in your mind of what like peak Genji kind of looks like, you're getting that performance this weekend. 100%. This is OG Genji. This is them, the one that we saw on LAN back at DreamHack earlier this year, the one that we've seen all the time. But for now, we are going to head on over to a match between two other teams that we know and love and are very interested in: Luminosity Gaming versus Extra. So let's take a look over at this one, Chixa. Luminosity Gaming just got swept 3-0 by Is This Thing On, right, in the winners semifinal. And then on the flip side of things, Extra got taken down by Genji in, well, not the best way, poor things, but they're trying their best. Both of these squads aren't playing badly by any means, but look at these names.
Yeah, certainly our eyes are on the entire Luminosity roster. We've been talking a lot about Snub, but Asperia seems to be really popping off today, and Nacho is always consistent. As for Extra, of course, we know Tallybird. I said, though, it's impressive. We didn't see the Extra Genji game, but Extra took a game off of Genji. And if Genji played as well as they did against Catjam, Extra taking a single game, to me, is just crazy. Like, they had to be on peak performance. But I'm excited to see how Lauren, Zoella, and Tally are doing, how they're kind of working things out, because I know this was a last-second kind of roster. I don't think they plan on playing together, at least in the near future again, but they're going to do their best in this tournament. And Tallybird from the back corner into the flip reset, and the follow-up all the way through past the entire defense. Hello?
Listen, that was the Tallybird I was wanting to see throughout quals, the Tallybird I've been waiting to see throughout the weekend. She's here. Now listen, we talk a lot about this where teams have, you know, a player whose name is understandably a little bit more in the spotlight than most, and Tallybird is one of them. She has so much history. She's such an incredible player, and her capabilities as an individual sometimes surpass those of like the highest caliber, like the Courtneys and the Bellas and, you know, all of them. She's in her own league at times. So I love that opening shot for Extra. You know it's got to be a huge confidence booster. The bigger question is, how and when does Luminosity respond?
Yeah, Tally with tons of professional play experience. I know she's been Rank X before. You know I believe she's peaked definitely in the top 100 at some point in her career, depending on how much she wants to grind to get there. She's a phenomenal individual player, and I think if they've found success between how to utilize Lauren and Zoella on this Extra side of the field, they're going to be really giving Luminosity a hard time. A very disjointed Luminosity from the first match we saw earlier today, but individually has so much talent, it's sometimes hard to overcome.
Oh man. Is this gonna be a shootout? Like, I'm sitting here curious because Extra on offense, very clearly, they can do whatever they want to do. I get nervous about whatever this was. Luminosity, though, on the flip side of things, very hungry to try and find themselves a win because they haven't, this is what, their second goal they've had all day? Or at least in the past 2 series.
Unsure.
Don't quote me.
At this point, I cannot keep track of goals and scoring and whatever is happening. Snub flip reset in, again, whatever car she decides to be playing in. But that's a vibe. Nacho shot off the corner and out. But I really think how Extra plays this game is totally dependent on Tally. They might falter on defense more, but if Tally stays upfield, then they're going to be more successful on offense than on defense. It's whatever they decide they want to gamble on at the end of the day.
Snub pass over to herself, goes under one, can't quite get past Tallybird. But Asperia is going to drop it back down. Shot taken by Nacho. Tallybird just everywhere all at once. 2 saves in a row. Really just a powerhouse for this squad. She wants Extra to have a fighting chance right now, and it's working out great for her. But my bigger thing is, we saw this, I believe it was in the qualifier, we kind of made a little note that sometimes when Tallybird tries to do everything, it actually ends up hindering Extra.
Absolutely. You can't be the one person and put an entire team on your shoulders. You have to do your best to make the most of understanding, yes, you are probably the most experienced and best player on the roster, but that also comes with the responsibility of working with your teammates to make everybody successful on the field. Since no team's good just because of one individual player. So at this point, a 1-1 scoreline, I think it's everything that Extra is hoping for to keep things close and everything Luminosity doesn't want. Because at the end of the day, if we go into overtime, yes, we've seen Luminosity have ice, but we also understand what Tally is capable of. A great slow play by Snub to just beat out the defense.
Yeah, that was a really nice one. Got both Zoella and Lauren confused on it. And Luminosity take their first lead. Listen, Luminosity, not a bad squad by any means. They definitely are kind of like a slow burn squad, right? They take their time to build up momentum, but once they have it, they don't let go of it.
Zoella, Demo, Asperia. Doesn't have much boost to work with. Nacho. Shot off the backboard. Tally finding the read off the side while Snub is there. Pop out. Nacho, the Demo. Save will not be made. Asperia puts it back in the net. And you have to wonder if Tally would have saved that or if Zoella's touched, again, communication.
I don't want to jinx them, chicks. They're doing so good.
What?
Luminosity. Every time I hype them up and I start going on it, then like the opposite starts to happen, and then I feel like it's my fault.
Well, I mean, Demo here, Zoella looking for the double. Lauren up high, sends it low on target. The entire Luminosity team there to save it. I think Tally and Zoella and Lauren need to find their place. They also won in a game 3-4 against Guild. I believe that was also an overtime stunner for us.
Yeah.
Against Guild in order to get here. So they're gonna have to keep grinding to try to get past this Luminosity team. I think they have the potential to. They need to get better saves on the back end. There was some miscommunication between Laura and Zoella and Tally at times on that back foot that didn't result in the save actually happening. And then they have to find better shots upfield. They can't just expect Tally to make continuous solo plays.
I agree. I think you said it perfectly. There's a level of disconnect kind of going on Extra that we did see in the qualifiers as well. And a lot of it tends to happen when you've got a player that is in the most respectful way, just more experienced than the rest of their team, right? And that player being Tallybird, but sometimes, like I mentioned to before, it can be a hindrance when they kind of want to just throw everybody on their shoulders and take them for the ride, because at the end of the day, this is a team game. And when a squad can tell that one player individually is just trying to be that everywhere person, all you have to do is stop that one person, and then you completely disrupt the game plan for the entire team. So I think realistically headed into game 2, Talibird might need to play a little bit more of the team game, because when we did see them play that team game in the qualifiers, it did become a lot easier for them and opened up a lot more opportunities. And I think they would have a very good fighting chance against Luminosity doing that kind of a play style.
Yeah, again, I mean, to say Talibird is more experienced is no diss to Lauren and Zoella. Lauren, this is her first time really competing in a women's kind of season. And as for Zoella, she's been around in the scene, but, you know, top 8 team sort of feel instead of Tally's top 1. So you have differing levels across the entire team on, you know, time in the scene and just placement. But Tally trying to cause some chaos on the goal line almost allows Zoella an opportunity. Tally's still searching though, maybe staying a little bit too long on this play. Gets a good 50, but Snub clears this out. Gets it nice and high. Looks for the solo cook play, but Lauren, a good touch into the corner.
Lauren taking this one down into the midfield. No boost. Gets the fake on Asperia. Not quite Nacho though. And Talibird turn around in time. Yep, she's got one. Enough boost in the tanks. Carry this one all the way to the corner. Saves her flip. Nice flick. Doesn't quite find her way in, but that was a good, at least individual play, right? Got very, very close on it. She's got to keep trying again. The good thing I will take note of is they've been able to hold Luminosity off a lot more than they have before.
And calming down, figuring out, you know, it's different than their Gen G matchup. Tally, nice touch towards the backboard. Touch back down. Asperia, the follow-up. Lauren here. Sends it towards the back wall. Not just touch, maybe a little too strong, but does find a follow-up. Runs out of boost. Tally patiently waiting back. Zoella the demo. Tally to pick up, but a good challenge by Snub. And the demo to boot to keep that away. Asperia looking. Tally and Zoella doubling on this. And there's the trust situation coming through between Tally and the defense. How can she trust Zoella and Lauren when it comes down to not making some crucial saves earlier in the game? And that may be a hindrance later on. As for now, Luminosity still hasn't been able to score, and same with Extra. Halfway through pretty much game number 2, looking is Extra to find that lead. Little bit of a stall here for Lauren. Tally to keep it there. Zoella sends it back to Tally. Tally over to Lauren. Lauren's shot won't be squeaked on in. Zoella the pop past the last defender, but it's off the crossbar and down. How just utterly frustrating for Extra to not have it go in the back of the net.
You had what felt like a million opportunities to score there. I feel like patience is what was lacking in those moments. If you had just taken a half a second to breathe and put those on target, they easily would have found their way in. Now Extra has to try again to find a couple more opportunities against Luminosity. Granted, they have a solid chance. Here's the back pass over to Lauren. Double demo makes for an easy open net, and that is what it takes for Extra to break in.
I mean, I think they went a little extra too hard on that play, but it worked.
They had to guarantee it.
They brought the house. They said all or nothing. Lauren, you know, I would have such like anxiety attack if I were Lauren in that play. My team opens up the net and I need to secure that goal, and I better put it on in or else they're gonna be so mad at me. But she puts it on target. Extra with the lead, but they have to hold on to it because you could tell kind of cooking right now is Luminosity trying to set up that team play. It doesn't connect. Lauren still now trying to get upfield. Zoella the touch up. Asperia looking for the boom. Tally is waiting. She'll find a nice read and send it down in midfield. Nacho's shot blocked away by Lauren. Asperia trying to get the bump. Snub still looking, and Lauren and Zoella both there. Lauren enough boost to deflect it into the corner, and with a minute left, Extra holding on to that 1-goal lead.
Yeah, 1 minute left. They really are. They're just holding on to it. Luminosity is getting closer and closer. Here's a pass and play from Luminosity. Can Nacho try and make connection with that angle? No, as well as got her off the backboard. And even with no boost, Asperia is still trying to make the challenges to give her team a chance. Extra breaking into the Luminosity half, wasting some precious seconds here. is the opportunity that Luminosity so desperately needs right now. Snub clears this into the corner. Asperia pops it up high. Lauren's trying to carry it down, but the second touch from Asperia might find its way in, but somehow still doesn't.
So while out of boost, can't send it out. Nacho has enough boost in the tank, can't actually get past Lauren, is stuck in the net, is blocked by Talibird. The entire house of Luminosity goes on that play. Dangerous. Just needs to keep it down. The touch, Asperia keeps it up, and Zoella able to get it onto the ground. Extra take game 2 by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. They just barely walked away with that one. Granted, they did play very solid defense, but the level of challenges, the sheer amount of challenges that were coming out of Luminosity in that second half of the game, that was intense. 7 shots, which I know in comparison to extras, what is 4, 5, 10? Just 10 to 7. It's not that big of a difference, but the level of quality of shots that Luminosity was taking, Extra had to earn that game in terms of defense.
7 saves by Extra. Every single shot saved. Like, they were down to the wire when it came down to those saves. They grinded out that win. That's the best way to say, you know, when you're like grinding for experience on a character and in another game, they were just slowly trying to get enough XP to level up, and they did it. They did exactly that. But it's a tied series. It's a 1-1 series, and I still think it's really anyone up for grabs depending on how well you play each game to game.
Yeah, it is definitely anybody's game right now. Realistically, I think whoever takes this next one gets the momentum driven into game 5 or game 4, excuse me, because yeah, this is a really interesting one. The fact that Luminosity weren't able to play at the same level of pace that they did in game 1 makes me a little nervous for them. Flick just a little bit too powerful on there. From the TikTok days, the OG Athena Flick, she's probably gonna fight me if she hears me bring that up after all these years.
You did not bring that up in this one. I hope she isn't watching. I
love her so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I haven't heard that in so long.
We just have the same birthday, so I always I have a birthday with a queen. But anyways, it's certainly Callie looking to do something. The entirety of Luminosity committing on that play. Lauren, we'll see if she can get a second touch, but Snub still keeps it off the back wall. Zoella late to the challenge, so Snub to get past. Callie, good touch here. Looks for the touch against Nacho, but she sends it away. Snub can't find the double tap read. Asperia also looking towards the backboard. A good touch there by Zoella to at least keep it out of harm's way, and Callie able to follow up, able to send it towards the back wall. Nacho the read, Callie the boost steal. Zoella trying to take time, but Snub fast to it, just puts a shot and gives Luminosity some space that they need.
Talibird sends one down. It actually smacks right into Snub's car. Nobody has been able to find anything. There's been opportunities, but nothing to be completed. 3:22 to go. Nacho wanted to clear this ball out. Asperia's touch lets Luminosity begin their attack. And as soon as it starts, it seemingly ends. Talibird takes control of this ball. Snub's trying to meet her up in the air. She's trying to get the read on her, but can't quite do it. Demo opens up an opportunity, but nobody's there to finish the job.
So off the corner, Asperia finding the read initially, gets bumped off. Now Tally working the side wall. Lauren's 50. Puts it back in the Luminosity corner. Nacho collecting. 50 by Zoella. It's actually on target, but an easy save for Asperia. Continues to try to get upfield. Gets the demo on Talibird. Lauren, a great challenge, though. Again, just a game of keep away. That's exactly what Extra needs to do. Keep challenging Luminosity to not have space, because every time there's space for Luminosity, they make the most out of a play. This shot way too high. Zoella out to Tally. Tally out to Lauren. This save. Good by Zoella. He's off the backboard. Has some boost to work with. Tally following off the corner. Snub straight down off the backboard, and Zoella out into the corner. I feel like Zola's definitely made more of an impact after game 1 and games 2 and now 3 to get things going and really put a wall down defensively for Extra, because that's what they needed to adjust after game 1.
I absolutely agree. I love seeing her step up just a bit here. Enough to make an impact. Great flick there. A little bit too high, but the follow-up is low enough to go through. Lauren gives Extra their lead here in game number 3.
Great placement on that shot, bottom left corner. You place that anywhere to the right and potential for Snub to find the save goes up immensely. But exactly where it's needed. Granted, kickoff in favor. Snub doesn't find enough power on it. Tally definitely has the control to send this out, clear it out. Lauren's 50 though isn't where it needs to be. Zoella 50s with Nacho. The corner, straight down touch, nice save, popped up, Asperia to it. Tally, of course, gets the best read that she could get on that ball and gives Extra some space to work with.
Talibird popping this one up high over to Lauren. It's wide. Maybe she can center it enough for somebody to take control. Talibird demoed for her efforts, but this ball falls down. Over to the backboard once again. Speary is the one to get a touch on it. She gets demoed and sent back. It's enough of an opportunity for Talibird to take a shot. It's wide as well. Extra just holding on to their 1-goal lead. Maybe they can turn it into 2. That was the opportunity. The open net goes away as soon as everybody respawns.
Spearia challenged quickly again. Luminosity just not getting opportunities upfield that they need. Zoella, not the greatest touch on this one, but enough of a stall to give Lauren an opportunity. This one off the backboard. Read isn't made. Snub to pop up. Zoella on it quick. Back into the corner. Snub. Tally. 50. Lauren, can she get to it first? 50s or kind of double commits with Tally. Zoella last back. Needs a good touch here, and that's a safe one in the corner. Nice follow-up as well of midfield. Less than 10 seconds. The spear towards the backboard. Tally guarding it well. She'll burn every last second on the clock. This one to touch the ground. Extra, another single goal game win in game 3.
This is really interesting, and I love it. But it is interesting that it is coming down to 1-goal games. That's really dangerous. That is a red zone to be winning games on. But if it's working, it's working. Extra officially gets to go over to match point against Luminosity, and I'm nervous for Luminosity because they started out so incredibly strong in the series. It looked like it would have been theirs. But like I said before, it took Extra seemingly slowing down, playing less of an individual game, a little bit more teamwork on the things, and then it just started to click.
Yeah, I would say these rosters definitely both know each other very well. Scrim a lot or just play a lot with each other. So it's no surprise to me that they're kind of using that back knowledge of each other to formulate a way to be successful. I like Extra's game plan. Yes, is it very tight games, but they haven't allowed Luminosity that space to work with. Zoella has been there. I mean, she's the highest points on the board, and Lauren next, and they're just in the way. They give enough of a push to keep Luminosity from scoring, from being successful. The challenges, the constant demos are throwing Luminosity off guard. Luminosity very prone to double and triple commits at times, and really faltering their rotation with those demos has not proven to help them, certainly in any extent. So Luminosity, they need to communicate in this one, or Extra are at the potential of completely putting Luminosity out of this tournament because we're in the lowers. There's no more second chances here.
Yeah, you've got no more chances. It's do or die.
Well, not
Extra. Not die. You guys aren't gonna die. You just get to enjoy the rest of the weekend. My bad.
Oh my goodness, the defense holding out for Extra. But yeah, a lot of the line to stay in the tournament for both teams.
I was so intense. I feel like I say that phrase a lot too, and I never realized like how dark it seems.
Yeah, but it's okay.
It's okay, chat. Calm down. Don't freak out.
That's how it feels, I feel like, when you're a player and you have that kind of, you're holding the controller, you're doing your best not to make mistakes on the pitch. And that's just what it ends up happening. It feels like the end of the world if you lose or if you make a mistake. But at the end of the day, the hardest person is always yourself. You are always the hardest on yourself. So I think understanding that and moving on forward and working with your team is going to be beneficial. So this one, still a very quiet early start for both teams. 1 goal could be all that it takes, because that's all it was in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, realistically, 1 goal could be the end of it all. So you want to find something and just kind of hold on to it for now. Extra sending Talibird upfield, 2 touches and a center, gets disrupted by Asperia. She takes the ball back. Lauren takes it right back from her. And control for this ball in the corner. It's just a game of tug of war between these 2 squads. Less than 3 minutes to go here. Nobody's been able to find anything or even an opportunity to take a shot. This is one of the first in what feels like forever.
Ooh, pass down here. Zoella hits this one from Talibird. Great connection and great selflessness by Tally. Because I bet, you know what everyone on Luminosity's thinking? Oh no, Tally's going to shoot this. She's going to do a flip reset. No, she passes it and nobody's ready for it.
I was in the same boat. I was like, is Talibird going to take this one for herself? Because I saw Zoella setting herself up for the pass if she wanted to take it down, and she did. So I love how you describe it. It's great selflessness on it. Learning when to utilize your teammates, right? But sometimes she can just do it herself. All the way from the midfield comes Talibird. Well, technically from her own half, but midfield over 1, past the last 2 with a nice touch up. And Extra, in a matter of seconds, have gone from a 0-0 game to 2-0.
Yeah, momentum certainly feels all in the favor of Extra right now. They've been winning their 50s, winning the challenges, winning the defensive and offensive game. It's a very slow burn feel. It's not like they're the most overwhelming team, but they've been consistent and solid enough that it's been hard to break. Hallie, of course, doing so well, learning how to work with her team and still be that individual X factor is so vital to their success. So now, possibility for Luminosity, but that one goes by the wayside in quick fashion. Zoella looking to pick it up, gets past 2, looks to go underneath the 3rd. Tally sends it out, but Lauren, I think, takes her time, knows she doesn't need to push it, allows her team to rotate back. A misread, but Tally is there to keep it upfield, and a minute and a half is all that Luminosity has to work with to score 2 goals at a minimum.
Yeah, you don't have very long to try and find anything, and we've seen Extra take games with just 1 goal. So right now, 2 feels insane. No boost in the tank for Asperia. She's going to leave this one for Nacho to continue what she started. Not the best. Snub, though, ready to send it up high. She's got enough boost to at least carry it. But 2 players on 1 ball. That is Extra being very extra with their defense. They want to take all precautions necessary to make sure that Luminosity has no chance of finding anything in this last minute.
Lauren sends it down. It's blocked away. Tally now up off the backboard. Gets deflected. Nacho doesn't have time. Zoella right there. Challenges it. Gets the demo. Lauren doesn't win that 50 though, and Tally off to stay back. Shot will come off way high. No follow-up either. Snub off the backboard also high. Asperia won't connect. This one by Nacho also off target. Luminosity bringing pressure, but it isn't nowhere near our goal box to even remotely go on in. So with 15 seconds left, Extra, they're playing keep away. They're playing the demo game. They're letting this ball just burn off. Extra, a potential pretty much upset here. After losing game number 1, they win games 2, 3, and 4 to move forward in our lower bracket. I told you, taking a game off of Gen G, impressive enough, but now beating Luminosity to send them home even more so.
That is insane. Extra gonna attempt a lower bracket run. And just as Chixa said, they send Luminosity out of the tournament. That is crazy. They look so good, but I would be terrified because when you look at who is potentially in the grand finals or who could potentially be met in the lower final, I'd be shaking a little bit. So you need all the good games you can get. For now, let's take a look over the highlights from that series. Just a montage of shots from a very intense Tallybird, Zoella, and Lauren.
Yeah, they did really well connecting with one another, playing a solid game. It wasn't anything, extra special, but it was, again, just consistent enough, just solid enough to move themselves forward. So they'll be either playing Cat Jam or Endpoint. I know Extra warmed up against Endpoint, so I'd be interested to see if they play again, in a sense, after their scrim, or if Cat Jam moved on forward. But that's it for our first kind of lower round 1 game.
Yeah, that one is it. I do want to take note, though, that as incredible as it is to play online, it's even more fun to play on LAN. And there is a LAN coming up here very soon. November 11th and 12th, Supergirl Gamer Pro will be having their what feels like now an annual Rocket League co-ed duos event in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, for a $3,000 prize pool. And not only do you get to play on LAN and play on the beach in Florida in the sun and the heat, there's a music festival going on with We the Kings and Sean Kingston. It's gonna be so fun. I think I've said it like a million times. I think I'm actually going to try and get out there because I really want to go see this concert. I really want to go see the Rocket League Duos event. Last year they held this in California, I believe, and it seems so cool.
It was in Florida as well last year, but they also held a California festival. So they have a lot of lands going on normally. Supergirl puts on a lot of events. It's always, I swear, near the beach, but that makes it even more fun, even better. I think the co-ed duos last year went very successfully well, and I'm excited to see, now with the scene even more blossom, with Supergirl's name even more out for the second year in a row, I think there's going to be even more competition and even more fun. So certainly, if you want to be in Florida, take yourself a mini vacation and play Rocket League, I would sign yourself up November 11th and 12th.
It seems so fun. Like I said, we gotta get out there, Chixa. Just take a little road trip, go see, play some Rocket League on the beach, go listen to some great music. But for now, we're gonna continue on with our online event as we continue throughout the rest of today. So guys, don't go anywhere. We got more Rocket League coming up after the break. We'll see you shortly.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Welcome back, everybody, to Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Hercules, alongside Chixa here, and it is Championship Saturday, and it has been an interesting day, to say the least. A lot of what feels like dominant teams coming out, couple of surprising matches as well, and if you've missed it, well, don't worry, we got you covered. We've got an updated bracket coming at you right now. Chixa, we started the day, obviously, in round 1. It was a crazy Game 5 OT between Luminosity and Endpoint, where Luminosity seemingly went down to the lower bracket and lost 3-1 to a really crazy Extra.
Yeah, Extra playing unlike we've ever seen them play before. Tally really utilizing Lauren and Zawala to the best. And by the looks of it, Catchem beat Endpoint in 3-0 fashion after losing to Genji in 3-0 in the upper. So impressive rebound for Catchem after a really, just destroying loss. They were 14-1 outshot by Genji. And to win 3-0 against Endpoint is, I would say, very impressive. So we won't see that round 2 semifinal kind of game, but I feel like that's certainly, I'm looking at it as we watch our upper final matchup. Is this thing on? Of course, we haven't seen them at all yet today, but it's Crimson, Ducks, and Alums, a player, of course, from Spain. We haven't seen much of her in the past in the women's scene, but she's been doing well with Ducks and Crimson in particular, really playing off the charts. And as for Genji, they looked on fire today against Catchem. So I'm impressed. I'm so ready to see how this turns out, because at this point, everyone's in the money. They've secured at minimum a 4th place money grab. So everyone playing for the big pot.
Yeah, we're already breaking into prize pool. Again, these are 2 very intense squads, but if you've kept up with Genji at all this weekend, they look terrifying. We're going to see, though, is the most consistent team in the WCB going to stay consistent against a team like Is This Thing On? We're going to find out here.
Yeah, Alums, we saw her earlier last week. Definitely a lot of rank A player talk, impressive talent, already paired with Crimson and Ducks, who have been on a dominant Williams roster for, I think, the past 3-4 years at this point, before they just kind of separated. So that's a roster that had so much chemistry that we're already seeing at work. LMs to Crimson and Crimson into the back of the net.
Well, there you have it. At least it's going to be a bit of a fight. I was a little nervous headed into this one, if I was honest, after seeing Genji's performance earlier today against Catchem. I thought maybe this one just might be a rinse and repeat for them, but seeing Is This Thing On already have a moment to take a lead, at least you know it's going to be a bit of a fight.
Oh, I have zero doubt about it. A lot of people really feel like Is This Thing On is the leading contender in this tournament, but we've seen Genji before. We saw them in the last game. At their peak, they're really good. This is 2 giants that, honestly, I suspect will probably rematch in our grand final. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to give any, too far predictions, of course, but these 2 teams just seem like they're at the peak of the peak. And right now, LMs and Crimson, a second connection made for Is This Thing On, second goal.
Oh, man. Well, there you have it. Great teamwork makes the dream work. Incredible infield pass on that one. Is This Thing On already up by 2. Genji leaving everybody to question, when does it start? A demo might be a glimpse at the aggression, frustration that Genji have being down right now, because it's a rare thing for them to be down. Kate pushing up field, getting those bumps, trying to open up any opportunity for Genji, but Is This Thing On very clearly in the faces of Genji, making them work for it.
LM's off the ceiling, gets that challenge off of Bella. Crimson looking to come in to finish, but Courtney luckily blocking the way. This one out and upfield. LM's off the corner. Courtney pressuring her fast. Ducks, of course, not missing that touch, and that would have been a follow-up in last game. In this game, it's taken away. Crimson still getting extra touches. Kate left with this ball, but trying to get past LM's does just that. But Ducks able to control this ball, get a flip reset, and dunk Courtney, and Ducks with the third goal for Is This Thing On.
The dunk. Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what? You can't count anybody out. Realistically, you can't. And Is This Thing On up 3-0 by Genji? This is crazy.
I mean, Ducks for a while people thought was the best women's player in the scene. So, I mean, I think we're debating again with Giants right now. Alem's competing for that spot. Ducks competing for that spot. Crimson, Courtney, Kate at this point as well, and Tally all looking to be kind of that number one player in the scene right now. And all of them have been showing up, showing out when it comes to these places. As for now, Alem's Is This Thing On, the entire roster just overwhelming defensively. Honestly, Is This Thing On is putting on a show like Genji was putting on Cat Jam.
Yeah, that is a very perfect way to describe it, right? Is they're giving the performance that we saw Genji do earlier, and you're sitting there wondering, okay, when are you gonna fight back? Like, when does the connect start to come into play again? This one is just different. Is This Thing On is so calculatedly hyper aggressive against Genji. They know where they want to place things, and they do it every single time. Alem's off the ceiling in almost a near perfect upper 90, just under it, to go 5-0 in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. Courtney's quiet. Kate's kind of quiet. Bella's quiet. A miss there. You could tell the team's maybe just a little bit off kiltered at this point. Is This Thing On starting off so strong? To start off this series is showing off. And Genji just haven't been able to get the pace of gameplay up to the speed that Is This Thing On is bringing. Duck shot here. Kate the save on the goal line will deny, at least temporarily. LM's patiently waiting, chased by Bella, but able to come through, actually get past Kate. And he, even after being chased by Bella, gets back to that ball. Is This Thing On bringing it so far in this one? Kate bumped by LM's, and there's the follow-up that will quickly be dissipated away.
Shot sent over into the corner. Crimson there to just keep it going. Waste more time off the clock. 1 minute left. Genji haven't found a single answer. Maybe this could be the first, and even then, that feels like as close as they've gotten, and still couldn't quite find their way in. They are just struggling against Is This Thing On. Realistically, defensively, they are a monster house.
Crimson off the side and back wall. This one trickling down. Bella trying to beat out Alems, but again, Is This Thing On winning all the 50s? Courtney to this ball first, gets a clear out. Tries to wave dash back towards that ball. Kate will send this one. Is it on target? How does Alems find that save? Oh my goodness!
Bruh. Alems is crazy.
You can't buy a goal at this point.
No.
Genji.
You couldn't. You really couldn't. This is actually an insane showing from Genji because it is so weird and abnormal to have a team make Genji look inconsistent.
We'll get one. We'll get one.
There's the one.
Courtney, I honestly thought that was almost going to be saved at the last second there by Crimson. But luckily, Courtney gets the demo on Crimson before that save is made. 5-1 though. Alems on fire, making them look so good. All 4 saves come from her.
That is crazy. I'm so curious for this game too. I want to hop into it already because realistically, Genji looked lost. They didn't know what to do against this squad. Now, granted, they're really good at, correcting mistakes and adapting, but Usually it's kind of over a longer period of time. The good news is this is a best of 5 and not a best of 3. So you have a little bit more time to correct those mistakes and adapt and learn and all that fun stuff. But oh my gosh, that was the first time I've seen Genji genuinely confused.
Yeah, I mean, they did lose last week in their first place seed matchup game. So you could ask, maybe they faltered then, looked a little lost. But after a strong performance today, normally your team doesn't play really well and then all of a sudden can't play well. It just seemed like the dominance, the speed. I really think it's the pace of play that this thing on is bringing. You can't catch up. Anyone of a lower talent can't catch up to a higher talent in the fact of just outpacing. So I think they're going to need to find ways to challenge Genji in particular at every shot that comes at them. They have to get it before the shot is made at this point, and that's the only way they're going to be able to get past is this thing on. Or have Courtney just score a really beautiful double tap reads.
Just a nice, quick, early goal to remind us who she is. Just air dribbles this one. Baby double tap in. Just at least let Genji start off strong.
It was like a baby double tap.
It was.
So
It was so tiny.
Perfectly done. Now right off kickoff is this thing on, trying to find an answer. Courtney luckily into the corner. Gets a 50. Attempts to turn on it. Shot would have been placed perfectly. Ducks the follow-up just that much better. And an answer for is this thing on in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, man. This is where I start to get curious about what Genji's plan is, because how do you stop a team that knows how to respond so quickly to you, right? Crank up the defense. That's usually where your mind goes at first. I'm more curious how Genji stays in the lead, though. They never get opportunities on offense against this squad for some reason. You gotta create it. We've seen where they have to push up and demo. There goes Kate going for the demo. Nothing. They're literally, it feels so weird to say, but Genji is being outpaced.
Yep, they look slow. Slow to every ball, slow to each touch. This one in midfield, quickly taken away. Ducks the follow-up. Can't find the second one, so Bella will be able to come on through. Slight hesitation from Kate, but Courtney trying to fit it on in. Crimson will be in the way. Kate now off the corner. Kate and Courtney. Kate has an open net to work with. Where's the defense?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Maybe something happened. We got to pause here. In Alum's DC. Oh, so I think we're going to see what the call is on this one, because that got called right after a goal. So maybe it might affect it. I didn't have eyes on Alum's actually during that goal. Did you?
I didn't either. Not from the director cam that we could see. So certainly could have been a cause to why the defense wasn't back in time on that situation, but a lot can be asked. We are playing on US East servers, of course, so sometimes EU NA ping could cause some problems in that regard. It doesn't seem to be phasing, of course, as this thing on in game number 1, but sometimes things happen with the server. So we'll see what we end up rewinding to. It'll probably be a kickoff reset. It's just what happens to that last goal is decided. It was called technically a little late, so it might still stand, but of course we'll wait for that exact feature. Otherwise, I don't know how long the problem was, how long she's been disconnected.
Yeah.
So that could completely change how Genji was playing, because they looked like they were finally getting some offense upfield, but if they were only playing a 3v2, then that makes more sense.
Yeah, that definitely would have changed things a lot. So we're going to wait to see how this one gets called for. For now, let us know in chat. You think Genji's coming back on this series, or what is going on? Also, guys, again, huge shout outs to our sponsors and our partners. First off, to Supergirl Gamer Pro. This is their second year putting on a Rocket League event for women, and just a sheer amount of insane tournaments for all of us in general. They have matches in Valorant, I believe even in Fortnite. So they're all over the place, and we love that. And huge shout out to Nissan, Logitech, and the United States Air Force for supporting women in gaming and in Rocket League. Let's take a deep dive, though. Quick look into this bracket to see how we actually got up to the series that we're watching now, how we got into our winners final.
Yeah, so this, of course, came from our top side of the bracket. Both Is This Thing On ended up having a first round bye. So at first, they were waiting patiently for the Luminosity endpoint game to finish. Luminosity, of course, won in a 4-minute overtime to play Is This Thing On, but then got completely swept, sent to the lower bracket, and Is This Thing On, of course, started with a 1-game win in the upper finals. As for Gen G, they did not have a bye. Cat Jam had the bye in the top bracket, so they first faced extra 1-3-1 fashion. We saw Gen G and Cat Jam in round 2. They looked phenomenal, unstoppable, unbeatable, winning in a 14-1 goal differential, and now that's how we found themselves here. As for our lower bracket, of course, we know Cat Jam beat Endpoint in 3-0. We saw the extra Luminosity game that was close, and now all 4 of these teams are at minimum or final 4 and are all in prize pool contention. So of course, congratulations to them ultimately for making it to the prize pool, for getting past qualifiers last week on Saturday and Sunday and getting themselves a piece of it.
This is kind of insane how like not close things have been. They're usually like one end or the other, right? It hasn't been it's been really intense. Like when you watch the match itself, it doesn't feel that separated, but it is kind of crazy to see the sheer amount of 3-0s and 3-1s. You know, we've only had one series go to game 5, and when it did, it was game 5 OT, and it was like super intense and crazy. But for now, we continue to push forward. We are currently watching our upper final. We have a little bit of a pause here, waiting to see what our admin's call is going to be on it. But for now, I do want to say, although it is always fun to play in online events, it is very fun to play on LAN. And there is a LAN coming up here soon, next month in November, with Supergirl Gamer Pro in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, November 11th through 12th. For $3,000, Supergirl is hosting a Rocket League co-ed duos LAN.
Yeah, there will be a huge concert there, over 10 artists playing, hanging out all weekend long. Of course, there'll be special activities, just tons of fun. So please, if you're either in the Jacksonville Beach, Florida area, or you're looking to take a vacation, you know, kind of before Thanksgiving, then go check it out, go have fun. You know, find your best friend, your boyfriend, whoever you want to bring, and really just have a ball, have fun, and play some Rocket League and win $3,000 between the both of you in duos. That's a pretty good prize pool for duos in particular.
Yeah, that is a really crazy prize pool for just a fun little LAN on the beach with a festival and all that fun stuff. We are going to be heading back into the match here very shortly. We are going to be resetting to 4 minutes, and the goal will be discarded. So the score is going back to even grounds 1-1, which could be really interesting. Hopefully, you know, Gen G can kind of continue their pace of play, but I think it is safe to get back into the game here very shortly. But for now, let us know, are you guys gonna try and make it over to Jacksonville Beach, Florida? I've never been there.
Really?
I've never been. Have you?
Never ever. I was in Jacksonville before. Yes. It was for a different LAN event, but the area is pretty nice. Florida I do find to be very humid though, so like your hair poofs up, gets really frizzy. So you need to be used to that. But I always liked Florida weather in particular. November can be quite cold, especially on the East Coast. So
Really?
But
I don't know
not
why.
in Florida. But
Okay.
everywhere else in
I
the
was
East
like-
Coast is pretty cold.
In Florida, I was like, I feel like Florida is like Texas, where it's just hot all year round, and you get like 3 days of winter or something like that. But that makes more sense. I don't know if I can deal with the humidity, so maybe we'll see if I
Lots
end up
of
going or
hairspray.
not. Yeah, lots of hairspray, braiding my hair, all that fun stuff. Game is about to come back, guys. Don't stress it. We're almost here. Don't go anywhere. It's okay. But yeah, things have been really interesting today. Again, a couple, I think, not necessarily. I mean, I guess we've had one upset so far, the extra luminosity series in the loser quarterfinal, where we're at now in the loser semifinal. But yeah, this has been a really fun weekend. It's been a really great day so far. Super excited to get back into things. Chixa, do you have predictions on who you might see in the grand final?
Oh, I think it's gonna be a rematch between Genji and Is This Thing On, because I think Genji completely stomped Catjam earlier. I feel like if Catjam moves on forward, maybe they take a game, but I don't see them making this big reversal against Genji after the 14-1 goal differential we saw earlier. And if Extra wins against Catjam, I do think Extra is quite good. Tally has been playing absolutely on fire, and I feel like the team has finally gotten chemistry going, but I think Genji just has so much more of an X factor. They would also win in that series. I think it would go probably to 5, but I see Genji squeaking that out again. So I think it's going to be a rematch at the end of the day, and Genji needs to figure out, however long it takes them, how to beat Is This Thing On, because they look like the #1 team.
Oh, well, I think those are very solid predictions. I think Is This Thing On looks incredible. Genji looks incredible. All these teams look so fun, but you can only watch them play and be incredible when the server is working. So we got to get this server back up and running. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a quick break here so we can make sure everything is nice and settled for our players, so we can continue on through the loser semifinal right after this. Welcome back, you guys, here at Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name's Hercules with Chixa, and apologies for the quick pause. Rocket League servers were down just for a short moment there, but we are back. We're going to be heading back into our losers semi-final. It's Cat Jam versus Extra. So we're going to hop straight on into this one. So if you missed it, there was a little bit of a pause called between these two teams. We reset the game back to 4 minutes, and a goal has actually been discarded. I believe on the end of Gen G. So now is this thing on, and Gen G are back to even playing ground, but that is only seconds lasted as Almaze intercepts a touch there from Kate that she tried to make into a clear.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Just a couple seconds into it, right off kickoff. I guess everyone wasn't ready for the game to start. There wasn't a kind of a timer, so Gen G wasn't prepared. So we'll see if we reset or not. Because of course, as you can tell, tensions are high. This game is very heated in our upper finals. Everyone wants to be moving on forward as best as possible. Every goal counts, and because of it, the game has gotten, of course, kind of crazy. So everyone needs to make sure they're on the same page. They're ready to score. They're ready to get things going, and that just isn't it right now. I guess a lot of confusion on the court.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion on that one. We're going to see what ends up happening next, but I don't know. I feel like they came out off the rip. We're going to see what happens if it stands, if it gets taken away, if we have to restart again. We're going to find out here shortly. Hopefully we can get an update here very soon. I apologize for the break and the pause again, you guys. We are, I don't know, I guess for now we kind of wait around a little bit. I guess we can bring the bracket up, maybe do a couple predictions on this one once again. For those of you who are just now tuning in, this is what our days kind of looked like. If you're curious what Supergirl Gamer Pro is, it is an event held with SGGP, Nissan, Logitech, and the U.S. Air Force. There was a 2-day qualifier, 2-chance qualifier even, to get here. So a couple of these teams, whether they played for 1 day or 2 days to break on in, they found their way through. We are currently in our upper final right now. That is how far it has been. Lower round 2, I believe, hasn't been played yet. And just a quick update for you guys. Goal will be reverted. We are going to be starting over here shortly. And then, yeah, that's kind of everything that's been going on.
Yeah. We'll be coming back into game, but crazy. Second year of Rocket League in particular, and this is the 7th year of Supergirl Gamer Series, and we'll hope that this one stands right off kickoff. So
I think we're gonna potentially be calling another pause. All the players have stopped, so we're gonna come back over to cameras for just a quick moment. Hopefully third time is the charm. Oh my gosh. I mean, like Chixa said before, tensions are very high. Everybody, I mean, it has to be, right? This is for a spot in the grand finals and a chance at $2,500. So definitely things have got to be on point and prepped and ready to go. So 2 kickoff goals, both being most likely reverted on this one again, and we will hop back into game here shortly.
Yeah, I guess I was saying the goal will be getting reverted again. They want a timer before we hit start, because right off kickoff can be kind of overwhelming. But yeah, Supergirl, of course, is dedicated to supporting women in gaming. They launched their initiative in 2017 to provide this platform for all of us. So it is their 7th year officially of Supergirl. There's our 2nd year of Rocket League that both Perk and I have been able to be a part of. And hopefully we're going live. I was told they're going live. They're ready. We're official. We're a minute down in a 1-1 score line, and we're ready to get things going.
Yeah, this is game number 2 in a best of 5 here between these two teams for a chance at the grand finals. If you do not win the series, you get sent down to the losers final. Got to play one more match to try and make it back there. But for now, we stay 1-1. Is this thing on? Has the lead in the series by 1 game right now. And Almez going to take this one over to the backboard. Bella's got a red sent into the corner, but that's not where it ends for this team.
Kate, difficult situation with Courtney. They do indeed get themselves out of it. Bella off the corner. Bella popping this one up. She'll have a little bit more boost in the tank, but Crimson saving it initially. Crimson still in the way. Kate falling up off the corner. Straight down here. Bella. Pass over, actually finds the touch on target, but it is saved. Crimson out of boost, tries to pick up that 100 and hopes it spawns, but it doesn't. Alums in midfield, out of boost as well, and Bella the beat out into the corner. 2.5 minutes left, so halfway through this game number 2, and as you can tell, it's very tight, 1-1. Tensions, as we mentioned, very high. Every goal counts at this point.
Yeah, everything you do has such a massive impact in this series now. This ball up in the air. No boost in the tank, but Almez does get the massive clear on the 50. This one does immediately get sent back. Crimson gonna try again from the ceiling. Drops this one low. Second touch. Ducks trying to help her out from the sidewall. 2 minutes left here in game number 2. Maybe a center down to a teammate. No connection there for Kate. Crimson takes the opportunity to take the shot, but it actually goes just wide. And Gen G begin their attack. Courtney, low boost. Can Bella get the shot? She does. The pass goes through, and Gen G go 2-1.
I can't imagine at this point how cold almost everyone is right off kickoff and everything. Trying to get back into the mindset that your game had, and now getting into the entire order of things has certainly, I think, taken some time for both of these teams. Kate, can she sink it just too high off the bar? And I feel like that's a missed opportunity for Gen G.
Yeah, definitely went away on that one. 90 seconds left. Kate, Gen G needs that third goal realistically to kind of secure, or at least have a chance at securing this one, because this could be interesting. Almez tried to find the angle. Courtney's touch sends it all the way back. Bella pass over to Kate. Kate can't quite find her way through. It's Almez in control now. Almez is not the person you want to have in charge of that ball. Nobody back on defense. Everybody rushing, and they get there just in the nick of time. The minute to go. Gen G barely holding on to their 1-goal lead.
Courtney will run out of boost in this situation, does get a quick flip reset, and Bella able to continue. Steals the boost off the corner, but Alums gets there in time. Blocks it off here off the initial touch, and Bella out to Courtney in midfield. A miss by Crimson and a block. Ducks though, sending up Alums as best as possible. Bella picking it up, but that goes into Crimson's car, as luckily Courtney is there. Misses though. A rare miss. Gen G trying to hold on to their 1-goal lead with 20 seconds left. Not much time. Anything could happen. This one stuck in midfield, but Courtney to it first. Look, you could tell just buying time. Could she have forced a touch? Absolutely. Did she though? No. One last opportunity. This one stuck upfield. A good bump on LM's. Duck shot on target, but it will touch the ground. Gen G win game 2. A very turmoil one at that too.
Yeah, that was a very interesting one, the way it kind of played out throughout the entire string of things. But Gen G ultimately refining a little bit of momentum here in our upper final, tying up this series. Now we head over to a swing game. We're going to see who's going to be the first person to head over to match point here. But for now, I feel like that series was so discombobulated, you can't really judge who had true momentum there. That whole first half of the game, 1000% was is this thing on, and then all of a sudden Gen G got to do it after 2 restarts. So I feel like a lot of any predictions, realistically, are going to be based off of whatever this next game is, if we can play it fully through.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping any thoughts I have to myself right now. This is just an even game at this point. Both teams are restarting as like a best of 3. Everything that we saw, let's just wash away for now. It's a new start, kind of refresh. Both teams are getting back into it, and that's gonna kind of decide who moves on forward. This next game is the game to figure things out for both teams. Whoever sets the tone decides to win it. Certainly, I think we'll have the momentum to finish off the series.
Well, back into kickoff we go. We're gonna see who's going to be our first team to win. We've had moments where a goal can totally win a game, but it's felt a little bit more like a shootout. Courtney's touch, though, bounced off the hood of somebody's car in net of Ducks.
Ducks needed to backflip there.
Yeah,
instead
he
of
needed to
flipping
pop it
forward.
straight up.
Unlucky touch, but great one for Gen G. They start off early. A demo kickoff on them. Ducks will go high. Flip reset. Shot just off the bar twice as Courtney sends it into it. Crimson in front of net, but that one isn't on target. Bella gets the boost stolen from her, and desperately Gen G need to send it out, and they can't. Alems ends up answering.
I mean, it's not unexpected. They play extremely well together. I feel like any duo combination on that squad plays extremely well together, but Alam's definitely been a great player for this thing on. Great initiator at times as well.
She changed the M, because I think we pronounced it wrong a couple times, and now it says Almes, but on Wikipedia it's Alams. I swear, we're not trying to pronounce it wrong, but she totally changed it. I mean, chat can verify, but it's A-L-E-M-Z. It's Alams. I don't...
Wait, so is it Almez?
No, it's definitely Alams, but she's doing it to play with us.
She's
swear.
messing with me, bro.
I swear.
Oh my gosh. Well, they're a great player regardless, okay? No matter how we say it, she's kind of hurt right now, okay? She's doing great. Kate trying to get that breakaway, though. Looks to get this one down to Bella. Instead, it's Alens with a save, keeping this one out momentarily. Duck sends this one downfield. Low boost, uses the flip to try and send it forward. In 3 minutes, 24 seconds, we're still at a tied game for now, because at 3:21, Alams is going to place this one in.
Yeah, a really great shot. Comes from Crimson's pass off the sidewall and a difficult angle to get it underneath the Bella, but a huge redirect to make that play possible. Is this thing on 2-1 in this game 3?
Here comes Crimson. It's a slow shot. Nice save there from Kate. Courtney sends this one over, and it doesn't find its way in. It was just off target. It was a great pass. Nonetheless, that was kind of the Gen G we're missing, but I don't know. It's still a little too inconsistent for me right now. Is this thing on? Yes, it is. Everything you put is on target and ready to go, and nobody was back from Gen G.
Yeah, the entire backfield open for Gen G. They're trying to force plays upfield to get pressure and offense going, but it often leaves the backfield wide open, and as this thing on takes full advantage. Their mechanics are so on point. Their transitions very fluid, very quickly up towards the other end, and they're often in striking distance within seconds. Alams, M Crimson, everyone there upfield, but a good pinch. She'll back up off the wall in midfield, allow Ducks to come on through. This one in midfield, Bella to it first, but I just don't know if Gen G will be able to keep pressure. 50 stalled, and who is it first? Is this thing on? Always that blue side getting to that ball first on every single challenge. 2 Gen G players commit there, and still is this thing on gets to it first.
I they are looking really strong right now. It's definitely a comeback game after their loss in game number 2. 2 minutes to go. Is this thing on? Holds on to a 2-goal lead. And it's a Genji, at least a Genji Kate that's low on boost. They got to send this one back. Incredible challenges, one after the other from Almez. And this corner fighting right now, it is so incredibly back and forth. This is the first time Genji's been able to break past that corner.
Crimson and Ducks upfield in the middle. A good block off by Kate. Kate to Bella. Courtney now goes up the side wall. She'll try to set something up off the ceiling. Gets the ceiling reset. Tries to sneak it underneath. Just can't find the angle on the shot that's needed. Will turn on in. Gets the touch on target. Bella the 50 to win it through. And Genji now within 1.
It's so back and forth. Like, Genji, at the beginning of the day, went from looking like completely unstoppable, extremely consistent. There was no stopping them. And then Is This Thing On comes through, makes them look a little confused for a moment. We've got a pause from Crimson this time. We're going to come back over to us. I believe this time is a ping issue, so might have to get a server remake, actually. But that game didn't look too bad. It looked a little bit better than it did before, but I think the pauses make this interesting. It definitely does not leave any room for a momentum-driven game. It's definitely a who is popping off in the moment.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time kind of figuring things out myself on who's going to move on forward, who's being more successful at one time. I mean, I keep refreshing the start.gg page. Don't forget exclamation point bracket for the catch aim and extra game. That currently gives me a 42-minute timer on that series. So you have to wonder how long that best of 5 is going, if it's going to 5, and what we're seeing. Just, you know, unfortunately, Rocket League servers, difficult time today. We are playing an EU versus an NA team. So when it comes down to it, sometimes if the server isn't functioning properly, we're going to be having these issues, and that can make or break everything. So, you know, we're going to just maybe,
bear with us just for a moment, but until we get an update and we find out where we're supposed to be up after this. But for now, let's kind of break down what this series has been so far. It started out definitely in the favor of Is This Thing On. They started out in dominating fashion. I believe it was like 6-something or 5-something at that point. I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but it definitely started out in the favor Is This Thing On. Then Genji comes back after a multitude of pauses, but ultimately ends up taking the game. And now we're in game 3. It's been an interesting series, to say the least. But like Chicks has said, I feel like we're definitely taking it one game at a time, especially when you have issues like this with ping and servers like that. It definitely can mess with your head as a team. It doesn't allow you to really have that full focus that you would in just a pure, clean, proper series.
Yeah, so the series is going to be a difficult one. We're going to give all the women on the field more time to get through everything. So with that, we're going to take a quick break, allow them to refresh their servers, their internet, whatever is needed, and we will be right back with our upper final matchup.
Welcome back, you guys. I think we are finally able to get back into this one. Everybody seems to be on the field, ready to go, waiting for that timer to count down back into kickoff. And here we go. We are officially back. Is this thing on versus Genji Mobile One Racing Black in our upper finals, fighting for a spot in the grand finals. Loser heads down over to the loser final, and yeah, it has been an interesting series to say the least. Alves trying so desperately to make the angle on that one, couldn't quite do it, but for now, is this thing on, stays in a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, Genji thus far had a goal before we had kind of our break, our pause. And that gave the 1-goal difference. So now they don't have too much time, but they need one more goal in order to tie up this very crucial game number 3. This gives you match point or up to match point potential in this series, and that's what each team is kind of fighting for. If you're wondering, our lower semifinal bracket, they're in a 48-minute timer. They're still going. My guess is they're also kind of at game 5 right now. So Cat Jam Extra, the loser of this one, all still undetermined. And with 15 seconds left, pretty much, Genji might have one last opportunity. Courtney's touch got center, but somebody was there already. Courtney past Crimson, Bella up. She'll cut the call for it. This one taken away. Crimson off the backboard, really puts a steamer. That one actually off target. Courtney to keep it up. This one on Courtney's car, but she can't keep it up in the air, and because of it, is this thing on, will take game 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one just didn't land far enough back on her car for her to be able to dribble it and turn it into a play. And now, is this thing on? Goes to match point against Genji Mobile 1. And we're going to continue this game here shortly. But for now, again, it is kind of these like short bursts of matches, right? It's not really a position of who can be the most consistent. It's how quickly can you pop off. That is the new name of the game, and hopefully this next game everything is nice and situated, internet ping, servers aside, so we can see, you know, who can play that long game.
Yeah, the series has pretty much been going on for almost an hour at this point, according to the timer on start.gg. So these teams are probably quite tired at this point in the tournament as well, not to mention with all the pauses, not feeling that momentum. So this game number 4 comes down to who wants to play the better individual game, and that's how they have to base their play on. We've seen sides of both teams do really well and kind of poorly at times, but unfortunately Genji is the one down in this series, so they need to get their act together in game 4, play a pretty much flawless game against the team that is bringing more speed and power in this thing on.
Here comes Crimson, taking this one in the midfield over Bella. Courtney is her next challenge, and well, this ball's going midfield, but Dux has the challenge up in the air, reset down, second touch, denied by Bella. Almez, she wanted to do something, anything with that shot, but no boost in the tank. But thankfully Dux had something in her car waiting and ready to go, and that was I think that double commit might have caused this.
Yeah, I don't know, Genji just wasn't set up defensively. There needs to be a challenge, like I mentioned earlier, at the source of every shot that is this thing on brings, and they're not getting those challenges through. This is a nice pass though from Bella to Courtney. Courtney stalls a little bit. Bella finds the bump. Kate's still waiting, but Genji just don't find the connection quick enough, and misses like that are really gonna stunt their offensive pressure upfield. Here comes the pass, immediately connected on. There's the challenge though that I was talking about that kind of hinders the offensive capability of is this thing on. And that's what you have to do. You have to predict every touch that is this thing on is going to make before the touch even happens.
4 minutes left. Time slowly going away. Crimson wanting to turn this into a 2-goal lead. No boost in the tank there. Genji, nice big clear. Give them some breathing room off of defense just for a moment here. Bella could get the center, but Almaze, right place, right time, nice big clear. Does immediately get sent back. Courtney could be set up. Instead, a demo is what comes out of that situation there. upfield and a minute or 3 minutes, less than 30 seconds. Nothing can be found from Genji.
Bella trying to bump the net of Is This Thing On, but unsuccessfully with the follow-up. Alims, who still wants to confuse us with her name, up on this one. Off the corner, Courtney will not connect with Kate. A miscommunication on that play. Poor Bella, last woman back, will have to defend against Crimson here and does so well. Off the sidewall. Kate high to this one. Ducks the challenge, takes it completely away. Courtney out to Bella. Bella off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Courtney must have been, I don't know, maybe bumped on that play because the shot comes through late and just doesn't have enough power from Bella. Alums, backboard. Kate out to midfield and still ducks in the way. Is This Thing On? Always seem to have so much boost and be in the way of every single shot.
Yeah, they are just seemingly very much in control of what they want happening on the field, whether that is boost control, pace of play control. Is This Thing On really is making all the decisions right now. Shots haven't been as accurate as before. Crimson back there to save this shot. Alma's down over to Crimson, and the teammate pinch goes through.
Wow. Wow is all I can say. That is not an easy shot, an easy goal, an easy connection to be made, but somehow it is. And Is This Thing On? Now a 2-0 lead with 2 minutes left in the game, potentially in this series if Genji can't find answers and answers quickly. Bella off the sidewall. Follow up Bella with a demo, but Crimson's still on this one. Courtney out to Bella, who backflips, and Alem still in the way to save that one. Ducks upfield, and look at that transition. Quick as ever. Where's This Thing On?
Courtney challenged in the midfield. Ducks gonna redirect this one, maybe to a center to a teammate instead. Bella's got the clear. Crimson able to get some boosts. And as soon as anybody from Is This Thing On has high boost, anything over 80, they are a threat to the Genji defense, but not if Bella is on offense. That's a challenge in itself to defend at 1 minute and 10 seconds. Courtney carries this one all the way through. Bella continues that play, and it's 1-2, and Genji are through.
I really think Bella has been stepping up in this series in particular, trying to force more offensive pressure and some demos to get things going for Genji. She was quiet in the earlier Cat Jam series, but she didn't need to do anything special with how much Kate and Courtney were scoring seemingly on every single play. So now that she's stepped up, their offense has become more deadly. It's been harder to defend against, and Is This Thing On needs to provide more pressure themselves, but continuously. Couple of misses. Bella last back will be dunked by Ducks. And now, oh my goodness, Is This Thing On finds their third.
I mean, it's not completely unexpected. Poor Bella was in a position where it quickly turned into a 1v2. And you don't really stand a chance at that point, right? It kind of became like an unsavable situation. 35 seconds to go. Is This Thing On has a 2-goal lead. Might get cut down to 1 here as a shot gets taken. And at 30 seconds left to go, Genji are just throwing themselves not only at the ball, but at the players. There's an opportunity. Courtney's going to make sure it gets used. Bella's shot didn't quite find its way in, but the cheat up to make sure it went was secured.
Oh my goodness. What a way to go about this series. Bella speeds past it on the cheat-off kickoff. Ducks finds the read. That's the nail in the coffin. Right there. That play.
Is it? Is it? How many times have we seen Genji just do something crazy?
I don't know. This series
The
has...
sheer, like, back of the head thought panic. It's okay. I think this one is secured. Oh my gosh, this one doesn't go in, but 4 seconds left is more than enough time to be able to say, is this thing on? Welcome to the grand finals of Supergirl Gamer Pro Rocket League event. And Genji, we'll see you in the losers final against a very terrifying Cat Jam that has been making a lower bracket run.
Yeah, really kind of a crazy series thus far that we just had. Is this thing on? Managed to just be a little bit, I guess, more unpredictable, spicier, mechanical when it came down to it. And it was a crazy series. I mean, the ticker ended up going all the way to 64 minutes with all the problems that the Rocket League servers kind of had. So it was a lot to keep your mental straight during the series.
Yeah, that definitely was a challenge in and of itself to have to deal, with all of, issues that are outside your control, right? And it is interesting. However, granted, Genji, they're not out yet. They just have to beat Cat Jam. And then there's the potential for a rematch against these two teams in our grand finals. For now, is this thing on? Gets a little bit of a break to prepare after all the many goals that we got to see them put on. These are some of the highlights from that series in case you missed it. And there was the Bella goal that we saw. This one again of the many times we have seen teamwork making the dream work on the end of this thing on.
Wow. I can't believe this series ended that way, but nonetheless, that was our upper bracket series. So I can't believe that it took the way in time it did. Is this thing on? We'll do it on 3-1 fashion. Of course, we still have our losers finals and our grand finals match. So you guys, we're gonna be a very quick break as quickly as possible to save time. We'll be right back with that losers final matchup.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro featuring Rocket League. Of course, thank you to all our sponsors, US Air Force, Logitech, and Nissan. My name's Chixa. I've been here with Hercules all day today on our championship Saturday, and we are really at the end of the day. We just saw our upper bracket final against Is This Thing On and Gen G. Is This Thing On ended up winning in 3-1 fashion in our round 2 lowers. Catcham beat Extra in 3-1 fashion, and Gen G will now be playing Catcham in lower finals to try to now go kind of either rematch Is This Thing On, or Catcham will be looking to just beat Gen G to get their chance at beating Is This Thing On.
Yeah, this is a really interesting way things have played out. I never would have expected to see Gen G have to like refight again, but I feel like it's just a testament to, you know, how much the women's scene has grown in Rocket League, that new teams are forming and kind of giving challenges or you know, proper fights against these like OG super squads. So Is This Thing On is going to sit in the grand finals and wait to find out who they will be facing off against, if it's going to be a rematch against Gen G or if they'll face off against Catjam. But for now, we're gonna take a look over at these two teams in particular. So Gen G, you just saw play on stream here, Courtney, Kate, and Bella, and this is a squad that has played together for a long time. Kate finally getting that mainstay role. She it used to be a big switch between her and Cloudy a lot, but now that she's kind of full force in, she's gonna kind of see where her role is, and it's been fitting in well.
Yeah, I feel like Kit has really meshed with this Gen G roster, working really well with Courtney and Bella. She's a great X factor and facilitator upfield, so Gen G doing really, really well overall. As for Catjam, Steven, Ravina, Sarek have been very on and off today at times, but I think they have a lot of potential and they've made a lower bracket run, so we'll see if they can beat the likes of Gen G.
Well, we're going to find out here very shortly. All the players are getting onto the field now, and I am super stoked for this one. We've got our losers finals coming up, and we have officially entered into prize pool territory. So this is a really big one. It is for a chance at the grand finals, but you got to get through the lower final first. It's Catjam versus Gen G Mobile 1.
My goodness. If you remember earlier, way earlier in our day, Gen G beat Catjam in 3-0 fashion with a 14-1 goal differential. So, with that being said, can Catjam not be essentially embarrassed again? Have they found ways now to beat Gen G?
I mean, that's a massive question to ask, because I feel like other squads in particular, Is This Thing On, found the answer to that question. It was very possible for them to take down Gen G, but on the likes of other squads, I feel like it is a little bit easier for Gen G to play like themselves, if that makes sense. But the sheer amount of demos coming out are going to make it difficult to play regardless.
Bella up high on this one off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Of course there is. Courtney comes swinging on in, and now Gen G a 1-0 lead to start off their lower finals matchup.
I love this from them. This is a lot more reminiscent of the Gen G that we know and love. And well, it's a great way to start off, having that 1-goal lead early into the game here in game number 1. This is a best of 5, if you guys were wondering. Nice pinch there on the ground there from Steven. Courtney's going to carry this one over. It's a 1v1. Can she beat out that last defender? No, Ravina's got her caught.
Ooh. Ravina still waiting off the corner. Shot here for Courtney off target. Kate, no follow-up. This one from Sarek to Steven. Steven, shot saved by Bella. Possible follow-up, but Courtney sends it off into the corner. Courtney now has enough boost. Makes a little bit of a play. Tries to send it to Bella, but the follow-up by Kate on target. All 3 players in net, saving it for Catjam. The defense just frantic right now against the likes of Gen G.
Yeah, it's a little little iffy at the moment. Here's a waterfall opportunity right down in Steven's car. She's got the save. Bump onto her, though, could be interesting. Thankfully, Sarek is right there in position. Genji still, they just hold on to their 1-goal lead. Bella, 50 on a Steven, keeps this ball in control for Genji. Courtney, opportunity to redirect it towards the net. And really, it's just Genji taking shot after shot, keeping this ball in the direction of that blue half. Kate trying to get that slow roller in, but 2 players, well, that doubles your chances to make sure it stays out.
You could call it that. A decisive double commit.
A calculated double commit.
Courtney, a great follow-up off that backboard, though. 2-0 for Genji. They're looking really solid in this game 1.
Yeah, they're looking extremely clean, a lot more confident than we've seen in their past series here. Less than half the game to go. Genji in a 2-0 lead right now. Looking good.
Oh my goodness. Sarek taking her time. Up to Steven. Steven 50'd. Ooh. Courtney looking to do something special. Kate now, the follow-up, tries to get that double, can't sneak it on in. Again, Catcham just waiting on that goal line to find saves like that. Courtney, a great one herself, but Catcham can't just wait there. They need to get upfield. They have to find ways to make Genji uncomfortable.
Yeah, you gotta find anything if possible. There was a small window of opportunity, but Ravina got beat out. Bella carries this one out into the midfield. And she beat out Sarek. No, not quite. But Genji, I mean, yeah, they're playing the strong game. They look a lot better than they did in their last series. And that's a good thing. I'm glad they were able to find some reconsistency, but if there is a team that might be able to kind of regain, it would be Cat Jam. So I would be a little cautious headed into game number 2 against this squad. But technically a minute is enough time to find 2 goals, especially if this one finds its way in, and it will.
Where was the defense?
Gone.
I need to rewatch this. There, Bella's up. Everyone's
You need to
just
see
up,
a little
I
more to
guess.
the left. Okay.
Yeah.
If this is what I think it was, I've seen this now at least twice, where when Kate is third man, sometimes she pushes up just a teensy bit too far, and it takes the slightest of touches over her to, as long as it's on target, it goes in kind of vibe.
I wasn't sure if it went on in or not, but Kate plays pinball and that one manages to go on in.
Well, there's her redeeming moment. Sarek got a touch to attempt to save it. Instead, it's like Chixa said, pinballed all the way around the goal. And finds its way in. Genji now up by 2. Can they turn it into 3? 35 seconds left to go. And Cat Jam, they need to answer to those 2 goals quickly. Otherwise, this is going to start out strong for Genji.
Like Rocket League is a lot like pinball sometimes. It doesn't seem very calculated. It's frantic. The touches are forced. They're out without thought behind them. You know, that's one of the most important lessons you learn in Rocket League later on. It's every touch finding a purpose instead of just kind of being a pinball sort of play. But Genji gave themselves enough of a buffer, so in 3-1 fashion, they will be taking game number 1 in this lower finals matchup, and we'll see if they can continue to win out the rest of this series. Of course, we have some last second heroics, but why not have a little fun with it, showing just how good a lot of these players are to keep the ball up for quite some time.
Oh man, Bella's gonna pop it up. She's respecting it. Still going. Courtney pops this one over to the side. Can somebody get a goal out of this rule? I mean, in some people it's rule 1, some people it's rule 0. So it's a whole other conversation in itself, a debate, I guess you could say. Ravina, not quite able to find that angle. This one's gonna fall. And Gen G take game number 1 here in our lower finals.
I don't want to say it's expected, but I had a feeling this team was going to come out strong in this match in particular. With everything going on, and with Gen G though still with such a dominant victory earlier, it's kind of hard to look past the results that they had in the earlier series.
Yeah. Man, I cannot take my eyes off the fact that it was 11 goals, but 5 for 5 for Courtney and Kate that is something. I love seeing Kate step up a lot more in this particular one, especially when there's a little bit more of a consistent vibe and you can kind of just play through a game in itself, because it's not a diss to anybody or anything like that, but it is a huge factor when you cannot play a game consistently through. So now that they've been able to do so, they look a lot better and a lot stronger than we saw in the past. The question is, are they consistent enough to keep it going?
Yeah, I feel like the loss, of course, earlier to Is This Thing On for Gen G is something that's still in the back of their minds. Cat Jam losing to Gen G earlier, still in the back of their minds. There's just a lot to think about, and still they have to focus on this series in particular before moving on to the grand finals, which is literally just waiting for them if they're able to get past this.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. Starts out with a Cat Jam attack. Sarek's got the 50. This one's going to float. Courtney tries to take the clear. Venus got a second touch. Up over to Steven, but Kate's got her beat. Courtney's going to put this one down. Almost had the angle just a bit too high. But that is a very aggressive Gen G to be coming out of game 2.
This one by Sarek, the 51. Possible double touch, but it's not made. Ravina off the side wall. Steven now looking to do something herself. No connection made again. Courtney will be bumped away, but Kate some follow-up. Steven back wall, no double touch. Bella just clears it out upfield, gives Gen G some space to work with.
Nice big clear there. Falls right over onto Kate's car. Sarek gonna try and turn this into a play here. Goes for the shot. Bella beats Steven up in the air, sends us over into that blue half. And Gen G get to race onto an attack. But the demo from Steven slowly starts sending these Gen G players back one by one. Bella low boost in the tank. Thankfully, that challenge actually worked out in her favor. Again, another double commit coming out of Gen G with Courtney and Kate both up in the air, and you gotta be careful with those. If Cat Jam starts to spot them a little bit quicker, that could be detrimental in the long run.
Kate off the corner. This one bounces down. Steven with the follow-up. Bella can't find any real touch either. Kate as well. Bella the bump. Is there a cleanup? But nobody on Gen G ready to attack on that one. Kate off the wall. Courtney the follow-up. Back wall. Double touch. Not enough in midfield. Bella a good touch here to get past one. Steven's touch though, just buying time. Steven, Ravina kind of caught up. Ravina thrown into this one and essentially gives Kate her own pass, but again, it's saved away. Everyone on Catch Him just trying to do their best to prevent a goal from happening.
Yeah, they're really just kind of scraping this time. It's a little bit different. You can tell Gen G's coming in with a little bit more oomph. But same can be said on the end of Cat Jam. The fact that this has been a scoreless game now for the first half speaks volumes to the improvement on either end of the field. It's going to be a lot closer than it was before. Challenge there by Ravina sent off. This ball stays locked in midfield. Steven second touch into the corner here. Can't quite get past Bella, but Sarek's got her back. Sent her over to a teammate. Had this not been cleared, and with 2 minutes to go, Cat Jam, they looked good, but Gen G is about to attack.
Gen G only could get so far upfield before the ball goes right back onto their side. Connections just haven't been made on these passing plays. Somebody always in the way. Bella's touch. Ravina in the way. Now Sarek slowly just trying to get a touch through. Steven can't get in front of Courtney. Courtney off the corner. Tries to find some sort of beat. Ravina musty, but Bella ends up getting enough in the way on the 50. Now Kate can attack. Sarek's touch into Bella. Bella down to Kate and Courtney. No follow-up again. minute 20, 0-0 scoreline. Cat Jam certainly adjusting from the match we saw earlier against Gen G. This is 0-0, and you have to wonder only one goal could be the difference.
Yeah, one goal definitely could be what ends it all here in this game number 2. Kate off the ceiling. Courtney gonna try and finish it. She actually wins the 50 and no connection on the second touch. It's actually up to Sarek on very low boost to keep this out of the Cat Jam half. Pass over to Ravina, shot taken. It's high and wide. 45 seconds left to go. It's now Gen G. Courtney from the backboard. Can Bella get the drop down? No, Ravina's got it caught and carried out to midfield. And this could be it.
Could it be it? Could we find the one shot we need to end it here? Bella. Courtney. Ooh. Down. The save made and the 50 in front of it. Steven. Hi. Steven. Cooking. Can't find the touch that's needed. Kate looks to play safe. Bella sends it away. One touch to keep it up. Sarek off the sidewall. Bella pops it here. Ravina upfield. It'll touch the ground, and we see overtime in game 2.
There you have it. 0-0. This is the one that ends it all. Not completely. You have another game after this. But this one could be dangerous. It falls right in front of the Cat Jam net. Ravina trying to break out of her own half. Bella sends it right on back. Demo sends her home, and now Cat Jam get to attack. No connection on this ball from anybody. It's Sarek that turns it into a self-pass off the backboard, just off the backboard, and at 20 seconds, Cat Jam take game 2.
Wow. Answer made. Answer done. Cat Jam 1-1 now in this series. Gen G stopped on all 7 shooting attempts. Gen G falling apart in this lowers. Cat Jam are able to make this win. Then we're gonna have an EU grand final.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, you never really get to see that ever in an event. Usually we end up in an NA or an NA-EU. I mean, those are the only other 2 options, but more likely than not, you will always see NA in the grand finals. So this is kind of intense right now. Tied in the series. Granted, it is best of 5, so there's a little ways to go from here. But like you said, Gen G kind of not looking the sharpest right now.
Did you say they're waffling? You'd like to use this word a lot today.
Okay, listen, just a side story, but like with all the pauses, I felt like my brain was like fried. Could not speak English, couldn't think, and we were trying to think of what the word was, like the proper word for when you're like trying to fill time, because I was like, we can only speak so much. I'm struggling. And we came to like a million words. We were like waffling, filling, time wasting, I don't know. And what did it end up being? It was like
It's
vamping.
Vamping. It's to fill time in a broadcast due to pauses or such. People not being ready. So yeah, we were vamping and we were indeed not waffling, even if it looked like we were waffling. So, what'd you say? Gen G is waffling.
I feel like Gen G is right now waffling. Yeah, they're confused a little bit. They're just kind of going through the motions against Cat Jam. Maybe they can get back into it here, though, in this game number 3, as our first minute of gameplay is about to go by. This one finds its way through. Sarek, the one to end the OT in our previous game, gives Cat Jam the lead in this one.
Wow. Cat Jam coming off very strong. To start, I wasn't expecting a goal from, Cat Jam in the first minute. You know, they've had to grind for a lot of these goals, and it just seems like right now all the momentum and everything is in Cat Jam's favor. Gen.G just has had a hard time with all the pauses in grand finals. They've had a hard time getting back into this one. I mean, you're exhausted. You've been playing Rocket League now for almost 4 hours straight, and you still have another match to go if you win.
Yeah, this is definitely a test of endurance at this point. How much can you mentally handle in a day? That's a lot of Rocket League. And on the end of the EU teams, that's exhausting. That is very late in the night for them, and yet they are still going strong. Steven in particular slots this one on through, a banger at 3:13.
That's right. EU, I guess the EU folks in chat, what time is it by you right now? Because I'm tired, but what is it like?
It's 2 a.m. if you're in CEST or CET. Jeez, there's no way. 2 a.m. I know the British girls are like 1 a.m. or 12 a.m.
So peak Rocket League right now at 1 a.m. in the morning.
I was like, wait, like technically this could be like the vibe though.
Yeah, this. I mean, if you're a night owl, this is your jam. Get it? Haha, Cat Jam. But anyways, we're by halfway through game 3, and Cat Jam is up in 2-0 fashion. So they've been doing the thing, and nothing is wrong with it.
No, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Cat Jam just holding on to their 2-goal lead right now. Things working out in their favor. Gen.G trying to play catch up. Can Bella get this one in? She will, just in front of that last defender. Gen.G closed the lead in half.
I feel like the last series have been very much Bella's series. We have said her name more than Courtney and Kate, and that is not normal. It's not a bad thing by any means, but Courtney and Kate normally have a little bit more X factor to them, a little bit more in facilitating how the game's being played. But lately, Bella has had to step up majorly, and it could be due to the fact that teams are kind of shutting down both Kate and Courtney, understandably so, or it could just be that they're not as on as they were earlier in the day, since it was pretty much Kate and Courtney who scored probably 90% of the shots and the goals that we saw earlier.
Yeah, she definitely has been stepping up when you can feel a little bit of of Courtney and Kate pulling back some. And I mean, I feel like that's a really good thing to have. That's a really good quality to have in a teammate. All three of you got to be able to, I think you said it best, facilitate, a squad when the normal leader isn't quite doing that.
Yeah. At this point, it's really essential that Bella keeps trying to get things going for the team. Ravina almost beating out the entire Gen.G. But Gen.G just seems slow all of a sudden. That's a triple commit there on that touch. Communication gone. Steven trying to find the double tap read, but Ravina cleans it up, and now Cat Jam a 3-1 lead.
You know what? Do your thing. Also, the double down and Ravina putting this in like a almost perfect 90 is the most Cat Jam Ravina Steven play ever. Just full mechy, accurate play, as crazy as it gets. Love that for them. Less than a minute to go. Gen.G need 2 goals to just have a fighting chance right now in this game number 3, and that's just to tie it up and take into OT.
Yeah, I just don't know if Gen.G have it in them right now. They're denied on the goal line here, and Steven able to get it out a little bit further. Courtney can fit it on in here, and maybe they just have a little bit of something left. I think Courtney actually had a card change there. I can only tell from the goal explosion being the splash instead of the bubbles that we saw earlier. But 3-2, 31 seconds left. Gen.G have an opportunity to tie this one up.
Well, let's see if they can. 30 seconds is all that remains here in game 3. Is Cat Jam going to take match point? Or is Courtney got other plans?
Wow. Courtney, hello. Where have you
She's
been
back.
the
She's
entire
back.
4 minutes? This has been 2 goals in what, 20 seconds? I don't know how to feel. I'm emotionally exhausted from how much back and forth these teams have been going and doing, and Courtney almost popping off again. 12 seconds, 10 seconds. Gen G on the attacking zone. Courtney here off the side wall, doesn't have much boost, pokes it on through. Ravina, the bounce. Sarek, in fact, I get this upfield. Now Cat Jam an opportunity. The bounce isn't favorable. Courtney able to find the read. Kate has a lot of boost. This one's still up. Blocked. Blocked again. Not touching the ground. Bella keeps it up. Steven keeps it up but puts it down.
Well, there you guys have it. Overtime. What quickly was a massive lead for Cat Jam now is them fighting to try and take this game. Steven was set up for the center there. No follow-up from Sarek, or at least an immediate follow-up. This one goes down right into Steven's car. Courtney trying to take the challenge, and she's dangerous right now. She took 2 goals in a matter of like a minute or so. So you got to look out for her. She's definitely starting to wake up here in the lower finals. Courtney going to carry this one all the way through. Saves her flip, takes the reset, and Gen G go match point.
Wow. That's such an impressive goal from Courtney, getting the flip reset and utilizing it so well. I mean, that's a picture-perfect example of why flip resets are just so gorgeous in Rocket League and are such an essential part to advanced Rocket League play. But Courtney popping off 7 of the 13 goals on that side of things for Gen G. Out of her 3 of 4 that actually end up being scored. Gen G, you're right, match point now, and they're able to come back 3 unanswered goals, all from Courtney, to win this one.
Yeah, they definitely started to wake up a bit at the end of that series there, Courtney in particular. And I feel like we were talking about it a lot, that, you know, Bella was kind of becoming that initiator, which is not a bad thing, but usually if Bella is initiating, you know, for Gen G, that means Courtney is playing a little bit more quieter, which means it tends to be a little bit more difficult for Gen G to win games, because Bella is like the most solid third defender that you could possibly have in the scene at times. She's absolutely insane, and she can be incredible anywhere on the field, but we were kind of waiting for Courtney to wake up, and the fact that she did means Gen G is going to be very dangerous in this next game.
Yeah, I think Gen G finishes it out here, and if they don't, I really think Cat Jam just wins. I think this is Gen G's game to decide if they move on forward, and that's a lot of pressure, but I just feel like they're feeling that pressure at this point in the tournament, and they need to rise to the occasion.
Well, let's see if they can. Ravina's definitely going to do so here in the early stages of game number 4. Kate got a touch up, and it wasn't the cleanest of touches or strongest, and this one just bounces off Bella's car right on through. Cat Jam up by 1.
Ooh, Cat Jam up so early. Start in this one. Again, Cat Jam starting to just, I feel like, overpowered. Gen G isn't starting off strong, and that really hinders them throughout this game, throughout this series, by not being able to play a full 5 minutes at this point of the day.
Yeah, it definitely is something to take into consideration, that they're kind of getting back into the swing of things here in the lower finals. The fact that they're even in the lower finals is crazy. Granted, they had an intense matchup with Is This Thing On. But Gen G, the standard is so much higher than what they're putting on right now. I feel like their opening game against Extra is more up to the standard of how we see Gen G play, even against Cat Jam. Well, I mean, initially.
Cat Jam has made adjustments comparing very much so to the game against Genji earlier, where Genji just looked unstoppable. So that's why it's hard to see them struggle now at this point in the series. You have to wonder how much success Catjam is currently feeling at this time and how much of a struggle Genji feels after the day that they have had. But there's still time on the clock. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication there on the touch at field. Ravina tries to get off the corner. Bella, this one poked away. Courtney blocked off. Bella still looking. This one blocked away. Steven. Tough touch for Kate. She needs a better one of those. It's just the mistakes. The purpose behind every touch needs to be better for Genji, or else they're going to continue to struggle in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of corrections that need to be made, but I think this one might make you feel a little bit better if you're Genji. Courtney, she ended up getting the tiniest of touches for a front redirect almost. Like,
yes,
it works.
It works. It's something we haven't seen before yet. And now, halfway through this game, back to a tied scoreline. The pace is so back and forth in this series. I don't think anyone really truly gains full momentum. Bella faking this one. We'll steal the boost on the side of Catjam, hopefully not putting her too far out of position. Lots of trust in Courtney to get this away, but it does go to Sarek's car. Sarek trying to work the corner. Kate in the way. Kate now off the side wall. Can't really beat Steven, but still manages to keep it in midfield. Steven demoing Kate. Bella now up on this 50. Wins it, tries to pass it. Instead, Ravina's touch gets popped into Courtney. Courtney deciding whether or not she'll go up for it. She does just that. Bella tries to come on through, but Steven wins the 50.
Here comes Kate. Enough boost in the tank to try and get another touch on this ball, but she gets immediately challenged by Sarek up in the air. Minute 42. Courtney sends this one upfield for Genji. Immediate send back, though, by Catjam. Ravina going to try and take the challenge onto Bella. Is successful in the process, but so is Kate. The clears are starting to come out. Who is going to be the first team to take control? Bella's in the net. Nice save there. The follow-up doesn't find its way in. She's got the slightest of touches to be able to keep it out, and that's the Bella that I was talking about before. The one that is an extremely solid defender for Genji. But not this time.
Ooh. We were just praising the defense, and then where is the defense? The shot gets flown over both Courtney and Kate in that situation. You need one person reading back post and another one challenging. That's another misplay by Genji. They can't be making those types of mistakes. Bella, the flip reset, tries to extend forward. This one popped up. Courtney's shot just off target. That needs to be on. This follow-up shot also off target. Genji just still looking very disconnected, very inconsistent.
Yeah, there's just, like you said, that tiny disconnect that Catjam is just able to bring out of them. The fact that it is so close, though, is important to note. This one's going to go down. Can Bella get this one past one? She does. Kate could technically set up Courtney if Courtney had pushed up faster. 25 seconds left to go. Ravina's going to carry this one over, waste a lot of time. Nice 50. The bar really helping out Genji in that situation, leaving a final opportunity for them to try and formulate a play or a shot, but Ravina's touch might have just wasted the time that Genji needed to tie this up.
Genji still up. Courtney, touch just too strong. King can't get to it. The bounce, though, favorable. This one on target. Sarek pops it away. Can Bella find the touch? Keeps it up. Steven, though, sends it on to the Genji half, but we saw last second heroics before. Sarek trying to do something with it. Kate to pop it up. Steven shot on target. Catjam gets the third. They send this one into game 5.
They just look really good. You gotta admit it. If you're anybody watching, like, Genji is, yes, playing an incredible game, but the fact that Cat Jam are keeping up with the pace of play that Gen G are putting out is huge.
It's, I mean, as you said, it's just really Cat Jam putting on the pressure, putting on just really great play. And the way that it's been back and forth. Again, Gen G, like we mentioned, very discombobulated. Bella still playing really the most important role, 5 of those 7 saves. She's been kept back and trying to do everything on the field. Courtney and Kate kind of quiet. It's very unconventional, the entire field of play.
Yeah, it is. I feel like this is one of the first times I've ever seen Gen G get like this, like choked up on teams. Not choked up in the sense of like they're playing poorly, but I've never seen this many people be able to keep up with them before.
Yeah. I don't think Gen G is as far #1 as they were a couple months ago at this point. What we look at, August was finals at that time. So now September, October, 2 months goes by, and then all of a sudden it's like maybe #1 isn't as strong. #1, the women's scene has shaken up a ton in that 2-month period. We're seeing new rosters, new players, a ton, like I said, a ton of young talent in this scene. I know there's a lot of like 15-year-old women who have been absolutely incredible. So this will be, I think, the first real shakeup that we see in the women's scene, and it's going to get some taking used to. The players are going to be having to play on a whole nother level.
Well, let's see if Gen G can go back to the way Gen G usually plays, or is Cat Jam gonna send them home here. 4 minutes, 22 seconds, 2 shots already taken out by Cat Jam alone in the past 10. It's Gen G trying to carry this one over the other off the backboard. Courtney's got the angle. This one falls on in, and Gen G take the early game lead.
Wow. Courtney coming out strong, trying to finish this out with Kate on that play upfield. It's a great play to get Gen G started early on. It feels like the past couple of games they've allowed Cat Jam to score first, but having that first goal always gives your team so much motivation and just confidence in the comms, in the play. So I think at this point, Gen G is certainly starting off on a better note. Let's hope that they can continue that in this one, or else Cat Jam, they've had the answers. They've been, like I've said, I'm using the term spicy, but they've been using, they really had that little extra X factor at times to give them the advantage.
Yeah, they definitely have had the clutch factor that sometimes is missing from other teams, not just Gen G, but like teams throughout the entire day, honestly, and qualifiers at that. I feel like that is what has set a lot of people apart from others. It was who was able to be consistent enough to clutch up at the end here. Ravina, nice clear out into the midfield, gets sent right back by Kate. 3:14 to go, and it's a power struggle between these two teams.
Gen G patiently waiting. Bella comes through for the shot, but it's off target. A good demo. Kate can take over on the corner. Pass down here. Courtney's touch straight off the ceiling and down. Another touch off the ceiling down. Sarek and Ravina and Steven all trying to connect, but again, the connection isn't made. Kate off the corner. Kate the pinch, sends it down center, but Sarek's in the way. Cat Jam holding on, holding off the defensive efforts right now, but they again need to transition upfield, or else Gen G apparently is going to eventually break through, but they do get a clear, so they get a little bit of space to work with for now.
Less than half the game to go. Gen G are in a lead. How long will it last, though? Nice save there from Kate. Send it off for the time being. Sarek desperately wants to put this ball into that Gen G half, but each touch is felt weaker and weaker, and Gen G seem to be getting faster and faster with their attacks and their challenges onto Cat Jam. Little breakaway here for Ravina. Pops this one out into the corner. Sarek wanted to get it. Thankfully, Steven was back in time because that pinch realistically might have gone in.
It could have. but it didn't. And that's what really matters at this point. Because a 1-goal game, anything can happen. Courtney, pop up here. Bella beat Kate. Kate now sending this one down. Courtney following up Gen G, trying to get out of their half. Bella doing just that. The bump, the follow-up for Courtney on and good. And there's the buffer goal that Gen G needs.
Yeah, that was the little bit of insurance that they needed for this next minute 21, especially if you've been able to hold off for so long. I think it's safe to call that insurance, but I say that lightly. Usually 3 is kind of where you want to be at before you can calm down a little bit. Last stitch efforts are about to come out from Cat Jam. Ravina off the backboard. This one's going to float down. Can Steven get the beat on the angle? No. Bella's got her red. No boost in the tank, but still a great challenge. And just over a minute to go. Cat Jam, they need not 1, but 2 goals. And with this one not going in, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than they might have anticipated.
A little bit of a double commit may open up the field for Cat Jam. It's off the backboard, Courtney. It's a good touch, actually upfield. Kate looking to get an angle on this one. Sarek the beat, but Bella in the way. Bella has just played such an important role for Gen G. The touch isn't far enough away, and Steven scores, putting only a 1-goal difference back into this game.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I feel like it's not impossible. 37 seconds. Cat Jam. This lead's been cut in half. Can Kate re-extend it to the backboard? Ravina's got a hard pinch out in the midfield. Courtney meets her there, though. Can she double this in? No, she doesn't find the angle, but that was terrifying. Nice, big clear, and it goes in. Ravina to tie up the game at 20 seconds left.
Bang. That's all I can say. Absolute banger of a shot. 87 miles per hour. Cat Jam close the distance of 2 goals. Now 15 seconds. All can make or break it. Or overtime. Lots at stake. This touch here. Bella. Kate. Bella again. In fact, it's deflected to Courtney. Courtney carrying. Courtney blocked away by Ravina. It'll touch the ground, and we see overtime in Game 5.
This is where it all ends for one of these teams. Cat Jam versus Gen G. A shot gets taken by Steven. This one stays out because of Kate. Courtney going downfield. Takes that corner boost there. Sarek tried to get the challenge. No boost for Bella. Went for the center. Nobody there to collect. Ravina off the ceiling. Down over to Steven. Shot sent off by Kate.
Courtney looks off. The miss there. The mental. I could tell by her car movement as well. Slight hesitations on those touches. She needs to be confident to end out this one. Bella, 50. Goes towards the opposite end of the field. Kate trying to control. Backboard touch here, but it's taken well away into midfield. Courtney up off the sidewall. Courtney up the ceiling. The touch isn't made again, and Kate can only collect from midfield. Crucial positioning for Gen G to stay up in offense. Cat Jam needs to clear out. They need an outlet pass. Can they manage it to someone upfield now? You could tell Ravina was waiting for it, but it didn't get to her, and the pinch here will send it back on the Cat Jam half.
Just over a minute of overtime played. It's been super back and forth. Gen G really have been trying to send these attacks downfield, and this one will find its way through the infield to Courtney. At a minute and 20 seconds means Gen G are going to have a rematch against Is This Thing On in the grand finals of Supergirl Gamer Pro.
A huge overtime goal for Courtney. That one gets slammed into the back of the net. Her efforts are definitely well worth it. Everything that Courtney did was just quite stellar on the field to end out the day. And Cat Jam, ultimately, huge shout outs to the Cat Jam roster of Steven, Sarek, and Ravina. They lost earlier in 3-0 fashion to Gen G in our upper round 2. They couldn't score a goal, really. They scored a single one against the 14 of Genji, and then they come out in this losers final and they play a hard-fought close game.
This was a very intense matchup between these squads, seemingly because Genji had come off of a loss, but it wasn't for the reasons you think. It was just a lot of inconsistency being able to play, and then they finally get to play a full match, and then they go up against a team that really just kind of succeeded through momentum. Again, Ravina, Steven, and Sarek are incredible players. This isn't necessarily a pickup team, but it's not a squad that you've seen play together. These are top players from 3 individual top teams, right? And it worked. Before I called them a dream team in the sense of you're putting your favorite top players together and kind of hoping for the best. And at first, it wasn't quite working out for them. But against Genji, this is where they thrive. And again, like you said it best, Chixa, it's because of the history between all the players on the field.
Yeah, really overall phenomenal series, a close series. And is this thing on, waiting in the wings, of course, watching this game to see who they were going to go up against. And they'll be going up against Genji again, who was able to only take 1 game off of them. A very, disruptive series. Kind of not the smoothest sailing one. So it'll be an interesting one in our grand finals coming up.
Yeah, Grand Finals is coming up here very shortly. You heard that right. This time, though, is going to be a best of 7. Our longest matchup throughout the entire Supergirl Gamer Pro event. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We're going to go get everybody set up on the field and ready to go because our last series of the day is coming at you right after this.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro featuring Rocket League, of course. My name is Chixa. I've been with Hercules. We've been here all day long here on Championship Saturday. We started out today with 6 teams. We are down to our final 2.
Yeah, this is, it's been a long, crazy day, but we've got our final matchup, and it's not just any matchup, it is a revenge match between 2 incredible teams, Gen G, Mobile One Racing Black, and Is This Thing On? And I don't know if we can, but if we could pull up the head-to-head for these 2 really quickly and break this down. These 2 already faced off before, earlier in the day in the winners final, where Is This Thing On took down Gen G. And now we're going to head into the game where we're going to find out, can Gen G get their revenge on Is This Thing On, or is this a repeat of before? And if you're wondering, there is no bracket reset. We are doing game advantage. So Is This Thing On gets to start the series out up by 1.
Yeah, they won earlier in 3-1 fashion and potentially could do the same. If they win 3 games, that's it. That's game that's over with in this series. Or Gen G, they kind of just struggled with Cat Jam, but overall, that's a confidence victory for them. If they can win, at least 1 game to start out this series, maybe it'll help them move through. But yeah, the series we had earlier, very disjointed, some server issues, some resets, some problems. That best of 5 took, I think, 65 minutes is what the timer came down to. So now hopefully no issues. Both teams could kind of swing their momentum wherever they need to.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting one. I am crossing my fingers and my toes that this series gets to be played fully at its true potential against these 2 teams, just because of how powerful both of them can be at times. I know that Is This Thing On definitely played the better game, and when it came to, doing these short bursts of momentum, but truthfully, Gen G play the better long game. So if they're able to play on a consistent server in a consistent match, this could be a whole other story than what we saw in their previous matchup earlier today.
I mean, they're holding out really well to start off in this one. Of course, any team that has to rematch against the other has the advantage of understanding the team that they literally played not too long ago. So everyone very familiar of who they're up against. It's just being successful on the field, being consistent, not missing touches, and making smart decisions. Of course, that's all Rocket League in a nutshell, and we all know how to play good and how to play bad. So everyone wants to play good. We'll see if they can manage to find it. But surprisingly, no goals within the first 2 minutes of gameplay. You could tell everyone, they're locked down, they're ready, and the mental is certainly there for both sides.
Yeah, this is definitely a series where I don't think we're going to see as many risks coming out from either end of the field, especially because, like, nobody wants to be that team to, you know, concede a game first, right? I feel like there's now so much pride on the line on either end. On the end of Gen G, it's you were the #1 team by a mile and a half in front of everybody for so many months since this squad had, you know, originally formulated. And now on the other end of the field, Crimson and Ducks and Almez are, you know, this quote-unquote pickup team that are just wrecking everybody. Nobody can stop them. And so this is a huge one for both of these squads. But for now, less than 2 minutes to go here in our first game in the grand finals. Nobody can find anything.
I mean, keep in mind, Crimson and Ducks have been playing together for probably about 3 years at this point. Is Alums as much of a boost on their roster compared to Steven? I mean, potentially it could just be a better match than the roster that had been together for 3 years or so, but Alums has been showing that she certainly is very much capable of keeping up with the best in this scene, and hopefully we get to see more of her in the future. But the future is indeed now for both the teams on the field with just over a minute remaining. A 0-0 scoreline game. It's going to come down to probably one shot, one goal, one advantage, and that has yet to be found.
1 minute remains in game #1 here between these two teams. Is this thing on? At least gets to be on the attack for now. This one goes over to the backboard. Kate's got the read and the half clear. And our favorite third defender, Bella, keeps this one nice and steady for Gen G. Keeping this at a 0-0 game with the sheer amount of attempts that have come out from Is This Thing On. Ducks gonna try and take a nice on-target clear from the midfield. Easy save there for Kate to send off. And this could be dangerous. Courtney's got a nice, strong shot towards the net, but Almez, the player that everybody's been talking about, couldn't quite get back in time for this one. Neither could Ducks. It's Courtney with Gen G's first goal of the game.
Courtney has seemingly been unstoppable lately in the sense of scoring clutch goals. In the past Cat Jam series, she was able to just find those overtime goals. So it's been incredible to watch her just clutch up in these moments, these very important moments. So Alums here finds a way to score an end and ties it up with 8 seconds left.
Listen, if there was a player that was going to manage to find a window of opportunity and take advantage of it, it would be her. She's kind of just on a rampage and has been on one throughout the entire day. 3 seconds left to go. This ball is still in play. Bella wants to set up a teammate, but Duck's got other plans. The touch from Crimson puts this one onto the ground, and we've got our first overtime here in game #1.
How many have we seen today? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's been a lot.
It feels like a million, but I think we might be on like 5.
We definitely saw, I think, 2 in our very first like Lumi endpoint. We saw some in the extra game. I think we saw 2 there. We saw like 1 or 2 previously. I think we're up higher than we kind of imagine, and it's been every clutch moment today that has come out of overtime victories. It was the same thing for qualifiers last weekend. How many overtimes did we see that made the difference even to qualify for today? So I really think the talent, again, the talent speaks for itself that we keep getting in all these close series.
I mean, yeah, it really truly does. I feel like as time has gone on in the women's scene in Rocket League, the talent pool itself is just continuing to grow, and as time goes on, the skill level continues to rise, and this is just a true testament to that. Seeing people being able to challenge, you know, the Gen Gs and the Luminosities and the endpoints of the scene is huge. This one's gonna redirect back towards the blue half here. Courtney gonna pop this one up into the sky. Alums, though, Easy air dribble down into the midfield. Kate, we've seen this time and time again, the setup for the play. Courtney's got the shot. It's on target, but it's not quite in. And this could be dangerous. It's a bounce up and down, but at 1 minute and 34 seconds, nobody has been able to have more opportunities than Gen G. But is this thing's on defense is a literal wall right now. And so is their offense. Ducks floats this one in, and is this thing on, takes game number 1.
Courtney unfortunately sends a ball way too high into the ceiling for it to bounce down, and Bella's just out of boost. She can't make a good save because she's put in a bad position. Is this thing on? Wins game number 1, which technically is game number 2 because they had a game in hand. We're always going to do this jazz when we get in these situations, but we're going to call it game 2, and they're now up 2-0 in the series. They were able to come back again. Alum scores a 8-second left goal in order to send it into overtime, and then allows Ducks to score now. Really, really great resilience out of the is this thing on side of the field.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think they looked incredibly strong. The fact that it was just a 1-goal game, though, granted the OT, but speaks volumes. Again, I feel like this is going to be an extremely close matchup. And the fact that it is a revenge match means that there is now day-to-day history between these two squads. So it's a little bit easier to kind of correct mistakes that were found in that first initial series. But my eyes are on Gen G. I mean, it has kind of been weird to see them, lose themselves a little bit throughout the day against these different teams. Lots of new challenges that they've had to face that they haven't had to face before in terms of being attacked a lot quicker. But we're gonna head into game number 2 here in our grand finals. Is this thing on? They look dangerous. I'm curious when Gen G is gonna bring that notch up.
Well, they'll have to if they want to take this series, but for now, is this thing on in that pole position? Crimson doesn't get the best touch here, and the 50 goes in the favor of Gen G. Courtney off the sidewall gets the double tap, but doesn't get the read on target. Crimson picks this up, sends it center for Ducks. Ducks stuffed by Kate. Bella trying to find the follow-up. Another double tap read off the back wall. Again, nothing to be found. Shot here, blocked off again. Bella getting bumped away from this ball. Allen's unfortunately just kind of losing control on the ceiling. Does find a single touch, tries to bump the defender out of the way, but no connection really made. Both teams, again, slow starts.
Yeah, definitely a slower start than we've seen in the past, but a little bit more reminiscent of game number 1 here. Nice touch there by Ducks. Is this thing on? Able to keep Gen G out of their half for now and their net for even longer. But Gen G, the fact that they are able to break into that blue half is at least a good sign. This ball is going to get sent. Courtney, easy goal line save for her. She pops this one up into the sky. Gets past Ducks, but the slightest of touches, it makes turning that into a play a little bit more difficult than she would have expected.
Courtney rushing, and because of that, she misses that initial touch and opens up the net. This is what I mean. You can't try to force yourself to be faster than you really are. Courtney needs to read that every single day. Like, that is not a difficult touch to make. Yes, it's in the spur of the moment, but that's a touch she's made time and time again. So it's something that the adjustment needs to be made. You need to be focused. Is this thing on? Just bringing that much speed and that much pressure to discombobulate the Gen G half.
Nice pinch from the corner there from Kate. Sends it all the way upfield for Gen G to try and go on the attack, but because of the push-up, this could have been dangerous if Almas was able to get the on-target shot. Instead, now the bounce down puts Ducks in a defensive position. Almas time and time again able to get that nice big clear for is this thing on. Gen G playing catch up to a 1-goal game right now. Bella's 50 works out in her favor, but it's slow enough that it was savable. Crimson, not one but two saves. Almas is going to have to be there for the third. And Genji continue to play shots on target, but as this thing's on defense, just remains tried and true. It's one of the most consistent defenses we've seen throughout today.
I think it's quite impressive that in that situation, Genji had so much boost in the tank to work with, but yet they just kind of put on those pot shots that Is This Thing On was able to save. They need to understand better when they're in such a boost advantage to make those shots way trickier to save. Because they were just put on target. They were almost floated there at times. So I need to see more versatility out of Genji. They have to play more unpredictable. Those shots can't just be on target. They need to be either complete difficult reads. They have to be off of bumps or demos. They need to just be, in a sense, more advanced. They're good shots. You can't make them better shots, but they just need to be trickier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair thing to want out of them, especially when you know that they're more than capable of it. For now, Ducks over to the backboard. She's got enough control to try and take a second touch on it towards the net. Doesn't quite find her way in. Just over a minute here in game number 3. Is This Thing On has the 1-goal lead right now, which is dangerous for Genji. Ducks sends this one up into the air to be caught by Almas. Leaves it. Nothing coming to fruition for the squad, but again, 1 goal can make all the difference in the world, and Genji almost had theirs, but the save comes through. And Is This Thing On gets to hold on to their lead for a little longer.
They might just be able to hold it to the entire of this series. Courtney looks towards the back wall of Is This Thing On, but quickly attempts to collect. Ducks up high. Gets the touch. Crimson, the follow-up. Kate, the beat. Courtney tries to beat there. It's a bar down, but it bounces out. Bella tries to get in front of it, but I could just hear Courtney in comms or in the frustration. She puts everything out on the field, and for that shot to not go on in, one that she's probably made hundreds if not thousands of times at this point, in a clutch situation like this, Is This Thing On takes game 3 and they go up to match point.
This is a wild ride that we've seen between these two teams. Now, there is a lot Genji could correct, but at the same time, there isn't much. Because at the end of the day, and this is a phrase that I feel like you guys kind of hear a lot of the time, but sometimes you can tell when a team is just kind of on one in lock. I feel like Genji's match, I think it was against, it was the Cat Jam match? Where it was super unlocked. You could tell it was just a flawless game and a flawless series. That's the vibe I'm getting from Is This Thing On. It's not flawless, but it is clean enough that it's enough to get Genji, held back.
No, like I said, Genji's playing good Rocket League, but in order to be great, in order to win, you have to play even better than that. You have to be trickier than that. You have to be more advanced than that. They're doing most of the things correctly, but the pace of gameplay is still faster on Is This Thing On, and there's still just more difficult shots that Is This Thing On that's making. That's the way to go from good to like your advanced level of gameplay. It's the notch up in difficulty that they have to bring, and shots like Courtney just barely missed earlier, they need to go in. That's your level of perfection at this point in the series. You can't miss that slight pixel or two down on that shot that it needed to be.
I absolutely agree on that one. It's becoming a battle of accuracy at this point. It's not that shots haven't been taken and there haven't been opportunities on either end of the field. It's coming down to, a level of perfectionism that needs to be displayed out onto the field, and right now Is This Thing On is definitely the one showcasing that in this matchup. Bella gets challenged. Crimson pops this one up into the sky. Can Courtney carry this one out into the midfield? She sees Bella. Teamwork to carry this out, but it's a short short amount of time that you're able to breathe because the challenge from none other than Almes comes through. The floater down, doesn't find its way, and it takes a team pinch to clear it. But it's not the best to clear is for Gen G.
Gen G, though, a nice clear here. Bella looks to get on it first, but Alam's in the way. Crimson now has been there. Touchdown. Alam's the demo of the smoke screen. Bella the save. The second effort goes on through, and is this thing on a 1-goal lead?
It's not anything we haven't seen before, but the one thing I do want to say is Almes has been nothing short of an MVP, not only in the series and not only throughout today, but even in the qualifiers. She has been an absolute force, kind of bringing a new level. And you talked about it before, right? You know, Ducks and Crimson having played together for so long, a lot of the times when you bring in that quote new third, right, it's an iffy thing to know if they're going to be consistent in their performance with a proper long-standing duo. She's been nothing short of consistent. She looks like she's been on this squad for forever.
Yeah, it's really, really quite remarkable how consistent Ellens is and how much of a talent she is on the pitch. She's competed, by the looks of it, with the best of them at times. And I probably feel like this is only the start of her career. In a sense, if we see more out of her in the future, she will need to finish this match out with Ducks and Crimson. With a second goal here, I'm feeling pretty confident to say that all the momentum and everything is in the favor of Is This Thing On, and they just need to ride out another 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Less than 3 minutes until Is This Thing On can claim the Supergirl Gamer Pro Championship, unless Gen G is able to find a response here soon. But as this one goes in, that lead goes up to 3, and the road to a reverse sweep looks so much further out of reach.
I really think, again, they've been playing for 5 hours now. At this point in the day, they've been grinding. They've been trying to keep that mental straight. They've had lower bracket, upper bracket, wait times, disconnects, reconnects, everything all happened today. And the last and final of your strength on the field is being put on display. Is This Thing On? They're playing at like 3 a.m. Keep in mind, for most of them, that's the last of it. You're going to pass out. You're going to go to sleep. You're going to know you win. You know, all that's going to happen, but they're going to do their best to just find a way to end out with the win if they can hold on. Courtney's touch down to Kate. Again, blocked away. Bella, another effort. Courtney, an effort. Kate, an effort. But look, denied, and denied on every single aspect.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a aspect of the game that doesn't really get talked about enough, which is the level of exhaustion that can come at times during events being played at times that are technically in favor of NA. And I've talked about this, whether that was in, you know, the Pro League in RLCS or the CRL or Women's League. Being an EU player and having, you know, your usual start times be like 6 or 7 p.m., it teaches you another level of dedication to this squad. Not saying Gen G isn't dedicated in this point, but to be up by 3 on match point, you know they're not going to let go of this at all. It doesn't matter how awake or how tired you are. This one, I think, belongs to Is This Thing On.
Yeah, just 45 seconds remain on the clock. Gen G trying to power through some second chance opportunities here. Ducks rolling backwards. Courtney, Alum's picking that up. Alum's trying to get through. Ducks. Kate's shot actually on target and in 30 seconds, and a dream for Gen G right now.
Is it starting? I don't want to be the person to be like that, but is it starting? We're gonna find out. 30 seconds. I've seen crazier, but you need to get something off the rip. Genji down by 2, but they have a chance. Bella pops this one up into the sky. She gets past Crimson, takes the shot. It's high. 2 touches for Ducks. 3 means she gets to break away. She collects the boost. The center over to Almez. The shot doesn't find its way in, but that was such precious time wasted for Genji. That is this thing on are going to look so confident whether this shot goes in or not. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The demo in the midfield doesn't matter because is this thing on are officially your 2023 Supergirl Gamer Pro champions.
Really a wonderful day for Is This Thing On. They keep on grinding. They play through the night. Really, technically through the night. They show their stuff. Alems comes up as still the hot stuff between last week when we first saw her to now. Ducks, Crimson, 2 phenomenal players that we know so well. They did wonderfully all together. And Genji, they indeed do go down, but they at least get second. So congratulations to them nonetheless as well. They did their best today. They fought through some tough, disjointed periods of the day, but they gave it their all. And they won't come out on top this time, but you know they'll fight back stronger for the next time.
I am so excited, to see what the future could potentially look like for this team. For now, we just get to reminisce on the many shots that Almez was able to put into that net and the fight between these 2 incredible squads that went on display. But before we end things, we are going to do a quick little recap of what the day looked like here. So we started out in our upper round 1s where 2 teams had buys. It was Is This Thing On and Cat Jam. So they only, technically Is This Thing On only had to play 3 times today. So
yeah.
When you think about it in hindsight, it's like, okay, that's a little different. But it was a huge day for Gen G. They made it all the way to round 2. They got sent down, to the upper final, got sent down into the lower final, had to play again. So they had a lot longer of a day. I think you had a great conversation about levels of exhaustion that kind of come into play in this. But for now, it is insane to think that was it.
Yeah. It was it. I mean, that's what the day came down to. Of course, Is This Thing On takes our grand prize. Genji gets second, Cat Jam with third, and Extra with fourth. That ends up being kind of the placement in this tournament. I mean, shockers, surprisers. Luminosity, we mentioned, going out without taking anything home. That roster probably won't be together much longer going into the future, so something to look out for. Endpoint struggled a little bit today as well, did not win a single series. Extra playing with Tally. Tally certainly to keep an eye out for in the future where she ends up going. Is This Thing On? What do we see more out of Alems in the future? Where could she end up being? Cat Jam, the roster mixed up. It's all here. It's all real. And there's only so much more to do.
Well, speaking of having so much more to do, this isn't the end of the road quite yet. Although it is for the online event, there is a LAN coming up next month in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, November 11th and 12th. There will be a Rocket League co-ed duos for $3,000. So grab your best friend, your brother, your boyfriend, whoever, and take them. Go to Florida, have a mini vacation. There's going to be a music festival. We the Kings, Sean Kingston are going to be there. It's going to be such a blast. And why wouldn't you want to go play Rocket League on the beach in Florida? That seems like so much fun.
Yeah, it really is quite gorgeous in Jacksonville. Supergirl has their surf festival. They have a ton going on. Of course, if you are just also like absolutely goated at any other games Supergirl does 9 different titles throughout the year. So please, keep in check of all of their other tournaments that they put on for you guys. Thank you as well to all our sponsors, US Air Force, Logitech, Nissan, everybody working out wonderfully well. So, I mean, just wonderful job today to all the players on the field. We see that you give it your all. We see the changes in the scene. We see the improvement overall. And I know for one, Herc and I are just so excited to continue seeing you guys. And we're hoping to continue to support you throughout the way, just like Supergirl Gamer Pro did today.
Exactly. All on the same sentiments. I am so stoked for the future of Women's Rocket League. Again, same thing. Huge thank you again to Supergirl Gamer Pro for wanting to put on a Rocket League event again this year and for having me and Chixa back again. I've had so much fun with you, Chixa. Huge shout out to production, to our admin, to everybody involved in making this possible. But again, special shout outs to Nissan, Logitech, and the United States Air Force for supporting women in esports and supporting women in Rocket League. Guys, it has been a long day, a long 2 weeks, filled of some of the best Women's Rocket League we have seen to date. And I just want to say thank you so much for tuning in, to supporting, for following, for just giving a platform to women in Rocket League to compete in. It means the world to every single one of them and to us. And with that being said, it is officially time to say goodnight. Thank you all so much for watching this year. We had a blast, and we will see you next time.
The Supergirl Gamer Pro is brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Logitech G, who is on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And by the United States Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.